Council call the meeting to order. For the record, it is June 20, 2023 at 4:31 PM. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. First item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
no changes to this afternoon's agenda, so I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second. I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. First item is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move on to item 13, which is our department commission reports, which will be delivered from our Parks and Recreation Department, Public Art and Discovery Park Phase 2. I'll turn this over to Cassandra.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So today I am here to present three different public art projects for Discovery Park. And first off, I actually want to give thanks to the Public Art Committee, the Meridian Arts Commission, and to the Parks and Rec Department with various city staff, including Mike Barton, who've been really helpful. Without everyone's input, planning, and participation and guidance on these projects, I would not be presenting these great projects to you today. So as you know, the Meridian Art in Public Spaces Fund gives 50 cents per Meridian resident to public art projects. So we've been saving up. This is also one of the few budgets that carries forward. So we've been saving up for the Discovery Park project for a while and budgeting $150,000 overall from MAPS funds to go to these projects. We identified three different opportunities for projects for public art elements to become part of the park's Phase 2 construction. And each piece's goal is to enhance the identity of the park and incorporate the themes of learning, exploration, and discovery. And these three projects were all recommended by the Arts Commission at their last meeting to come to City Council for approval. So the first one, we asked these artists to come up with something at the softball field area. There's 3 softball fields that'll be built, and there's kind of a little circular grassy area in the middle of those softball fields. And so they were going to come up with something for that area. The artist, Janine, is a registered architect and visual artist, and Russell is an artist with urban design experience. They've been working together for 20 years. Here's a few examples of their past work. These have letters in them. They're large sort of sculptural pieces with the words formatted in different sizes, and they took the words from the community. There's another piece that uses some of that in this piece too. Here's a project. These are like large viewing scopes, and when you look through them, you see something like in the bottom left corner, you'll see a graphic through them. So they're kind of viewfinder projects. So, but this project is thematically to engage with the softball fields and use the park's identity. So they took inspiration from the game itself, and it says the whole ball game, and that's not a typo, it is the whole, and you'll see why in a second. Oh, here's an overhead view of the pieces, which will make more sense when you see some of the models. So these photos were taken from a little maquette that they have, but envision these as 8-foot-high pieces. There's 4 parts to them, and as you move around the pieces, there's silhouettes that appear and disappear as the viewer moves around the piece. And you'll catch various glimpses from the different views and angles, and they kind of look like abstract shapes, playing with the positive and negative spaces. But when you get into the right viewing angle, you'll see the softball players. And it's kind of funny because they thought maybe this was too Ukraine themed with the blue and yellow, but I said, actually, that's our city's colors. So I think that works well. This project is $45,000. And I'll just keep moving along. I know that there's lots of slides. And I'm not going to talk about each thing, but this project, Steve Parker is an artist, musician, and curator from Texas, working with salvaged musical instruments to create installations, performance work, and public art. He's shown nationally and internationally, and is the recipient of some pretty prestigious awards, including the Rome Prize, Fulbright Fellowship, the Paul Krasner Award, and grants from the National Endowment for the Arts. He also has degrees in both math and music from Oberlin Rice and University of Texas in Austin. Here are some of his past work examples. They're all sort of music or auditory themed. This one, if you've been up to Ketchum, maybe you'll recognize because this is in Sun Valley. And pay attention to this piece because it is similar to the one that he's proposing for Meridian. You'll see the audience members going up and listening with their ears, because what happens is these pieces amplify the existing sound so that you can hear better the outside sounds. This piece actually made some sound. People could rotate the various objects on there and it made noises. So with that, here's the piece he's proposing for Meridian. It's about 12 feet high and uses that same sort of idea of the active listening. They act as a telescope for your ears, and they're modeled after obsolete acoustic locators from the 1930s, made with reclaimed and repurposed brass instruments. And his intent is to get people to actively listen and be aware of their surroundings. There are a few other views, like a top view and side view. And one of the things, wasn't sure if people would know to go up and listen, so we'll add some signage to that tells people about how to use the piece. And this one is a $50,000 project. The next artist, Colin Selig, grew up in an ecologically conscious household and scavenged and repaired appliances and furniture. He studied at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston and has a philosophy degree. During the time that he was getting his degree, he apprenticed with a machinist, a race car fabricator, and a public art sculptor. He then went on to restore antique vehicles and farm equipment before focusing on sculpture. So for this project, we were looking for functional bench seating, and he had a lot of examples of bench seating. Here are some of his previous pieces. One of the most interesting things about this, his work, is that it's all repurposed and made from recycled propane cylinders. So he uses 99% recycled materials that are then powder coated. This one's not a bench, but it's meant to resemble a spider. And this one's a crocodile bench. Here are the pieces for Discovery Park. There are 2 trout benches and 2 hawk benches. I also wanted to mention that he has won some national awards for most interesting products from the American Society of Landscape Architects, Exhibitor's Choice Gold Award, and the Smithsonian. Coda Works named him one of 2021's top 25 international creative revolutionaries leading change in the arts. Here are some more views of the pieces. And this one is a $25,000 budget for all 4 benches. So right now, Discovery Park's construction is going right along. I'm trying to move the public artworks along so that they can be part of the park's opening as quickly as I can to get them to open at the same time. Working on all of the moving parts and pieces. And with that, I'll just open it up for any comments and questions.
Thank you, Cassandra. Council, questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Cassandra, my wife will be the first one to tell you I don't get art. She does. But I got to tell you, I really like these. One question, just for the record, that these are all within our current budget.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I especially like the one and how it lines up in the softball fields. And anytime you do art like this, it's also interactive. I think that's a great thing.
Thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thanks, Cassandra. If I remember correctly from your memo, these are not the only projects that the Parks Commission reviewed. Was there some reason why those other projects weren't recommended by the commission to bring forth with a recommendation?
Good question, Councilman Cavanagh. Yes, there were, the first artist group proposed one project that had a lot of logistics issues. They sort of did that same thing where they lined up at certain times, but it worked with shadows. So those pieces would really only work for a couple hours a day. And then as you walked into the site, they used some text-based things and the text would have read the wrong direction. So there were a lot of logistics things. So that one wasn't, so that was not selected kind of for those reasons. There was another project that from the guy that does the sound pieces, and it was really interesting and it made noises. There were some concerns that it's fairly close to a neighborhood. Maybe the noises wouldn't be well received from the neighborhoods. And also his timeline on that, those pieces probably would not, it still might be a little bit tight to get all these in place, but those pieces definitely wouldn't go in for the opening of the park's construction. So that was that project. And then one of the other projects was very similar with the benches, but they were more abstract shapes rather than wildlife shapes. And so they chose to go with the more wildlife shapes. And there was also a proposal for some bike racks, which we don't have the current budget for, but I hope will be in the future. So I might be coming to you next fiscal year with that.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just to follow up.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Were any of the artist proposals, were any of them local artists, anybody from the region? Was everybody more of a national artist?
Good question. We have on the we have a roster of artists to use for these projects. We have 10, and it was a national call that went out and selected 10 artists. And we do have some local artists on that roster. But the Public Arts Subcommittee, all the artists on that roster are people that we have artwork from already. So they really wanted to use artists that we don't have 1 or 2 or 3 pieces from already.
And then Mayor, maybe just one more. For a logistics process presentation for us today, are you looking for some direction from council today at a later point in time? What's your preference?
Any direction. I'd like to be able to continue working to get them going with the engineering and things. I'm drafting agreements pending any feedback from council right now, but I plan to have the agreements on probably 2 weeks from today.
Mr. Mayor, maybe just one more.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Just then with that being said, I'm happy to share my thoughts. Of the 3 that you presented, I think the second one is more in line with kind of the vibe and feel of Discovery Park. I like the idea that it's interactive. That was a conversation I had last week, as you may recall at our budget hearing, is that as we're doing public art, to find more ways to involve people to not just view it, but to come and experience it. And so of the 3, that one would be my preference.
Thanks, Councilman Cavanagh. And just for clarification, we are planning on all 3.
We're putting all 3.
All 3, yes.
It's not 1, 2, or 3. It's all.
All 3, yes.
Well, that makes it a much easier conversation. Go forth and conquer. This is great.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. As Councilman Overton said, love art that is interactive and functional. So to have benches made is really, really awesome. Just one quick little detail question about that. Do you happen to know if they will be placed in a shady area? Metal just gets really hot in the summertime, and I'm concerned about little legs getting burned. So just something to think about with a metal piece that's going to be used for seating.
Thank you. I will check in with the construction and see if it's possible to plant some trees or something in an area that will help. Right now, I don't think I mentioned that they're planned for the bike park area. And one of the reasons we're looking at seating right there is there's like a kids bike area for the kids bike park area. And so these were kind of a spot for parents to potentially sit and watch kids. So I don't think there's landscaping or shade planned at the moment, but that's something we could definitely look at.
Cassandra, just remind me the very first one, whole, how tall were those?
Oh, those are 8 feet tall. And so the figures are roughly life size.
So they are also could be interactive, or would could you go someone put their body in it, or would that be encouraged or discouraged in this concept?
People are going to do what they're going to do. I think they definitely will probably go up to them and sort of like put themselves in different positions. I imagine sort of like selfies and things with those ones.
And that's what I assumed as well. And I think that too means I'm going to borrow Councilman Borton's word. I'm not going to say this is his opinion, but I think these were outstanding. I think they were great choices for a way to make art interesting, fun, engaging, and unique in that regards. So just kudos to the Arts Commission for their work, the selection, and hopefully the moving forward. And I agree with Councilwoman Perot, the element of shade in a metal seated structure definitely, I think, is important to impact or consider.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Cassandra, could we go back to the very first one? When you started out and you were showing their works and I was slow on the uptake there and went, oh, which one was the actual art piece? So my apologies.
Uh,
What was going to be
These
the very
previous
first
works?
piece? Yeah, was that the first, was that the first one?
Yeah, so these are previous ones that were installed
Okay.
elsewhere. I was kind of trying to give some context to other.
Okay,
projects too.
so-
So the ones that they're proposing
Okay,
are these, this is the top down view of what it would, not
okay.
painting,
Yeah,
not top view,
the
concrete.
unique, yeah, which I think is very ingenious. It's pretty cool. So. Okay, just wanted to be sure. I saw some ones earlier and I going, oh, was that the first one? This was the second one? And then, okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Council, any additional questions or comments? Okay. We look forward to seeing them back as agreements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cassandra. Okay, with that, item 14,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206A1A.
Second.
A motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton,
Aye.
Perot, Cavanagh, Wharton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we will go into executive session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we come out of executive session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion second to come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are out of executive session. Do I have another motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move we adjourn.
A motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order for the record of June 2023 at 6 p.m. We will begin this regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Overton.
Here.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next time is Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise, join us in the pledge. We had no one sign up for the community invocation, so we'll move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
there are no changes to tonight's agenda, so I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, you want to sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up.
Okay, then with that, we will move right into our action items this evening. First item up is a public hearing continued from May 2023 for Promenade Cottage subdivision H 2022-0013. We will turn this over to staff for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Give me just a moment and I will share my presentation here. Last hearing on May 23rd, City Council directed staff and the applicant to come up with some possible solutions pertaining to displacement of residents of the mobile home park if the proposed multifamily development is approved in the second phase of development, where the mobile home park is currently located. Staff issued a memo that included several possible options. Mr. Mayor, would you like me to go through those options, or does everyone feel comfortable with having read the memo?
Council, would you like to hear them? Okay, you're good.
The applicant also submitted a letter with an inventory of the number of RVs, mobile homes older than 1976 and mobile homes newer than 1976. That includes some possible options to help with displacement of residents of the mobile home park. And that's in the record too. I assume you've read that. The applicant is here tonight to go over those if you do have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, for the record, Steve Arnold, 18 Land Consultants, 1785 Whisper Cove, Boise, 83709. I came tonight to mainly be here as a resource about any questions that you may have about the mapping or the subdivisions or things that we did, but kind of where Sonia left off is our understanding as well. That the last item that needed to be addressed was the rehoming of the residents to a new park, or how we were going to help them out. I do believe that Mark Kelly, one of the owners, is online. And I think I'll let him address that. And again, I'll stand for questions on the plating and the application before you.
Hello?
Chris, would you like to bring in Mr. Kelly or is he unmuted? Okay, Mr. Kelly.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
He's coming in as a panelist, Mr. Mayor.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we had submitted the letter with some options of what we could brainstorm on helping with the displacement of the tenants. I'd be happy to read through that for the council. If you'd like. Otherwise, I don't have a whole lot more to add than that. I did notice we didn't mention that everyone is on a month-to-month lease at the park. And I know I realized we didn't include that in our letter, but I'd be happy to go through the details if you'd like.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I have a few questions for you about the 4 items that were proposed. On the first item, question is, there's a belief that it will be easier to move the RVs. I believe there's about 15 in the park currently, and that there isn't as much concern about those RVs moving. From everything I know about the amount of RVs that are looking for permanent or semi-permanent placement in parks in our area, the parks are completely full. It's very hard. There's months-long waiting lists for folks that want to live in the RV parks permanently. And so I'm trying to understand the belief of the ease of those folks moving to parks where they might be able to live in a permanent way. And then also wondering if you had gone into detail on what the costs for the monthly space rent would be for those parks versus what's being charged now. The reason I ask is because I know the Meridian KOA, there's a lot of individuals that have lived there for 2+ years and they're running around 500, maybe even more per month. And that's quite a bit of cost for an individual whose income would require them to live in the park that you currently have. So I'm going to challenge the applicant a little bit on the belief that it will be easy to move those RVs to allow them to move to another location in a cost-effective way. And my understanding was that there was only assistance that was going to be provided if those folks moved to a park that was currently owned by the applicant. So if you could comment on that first, and then I'll ask subsequent questions afterward.
Yeah, we were referring to the ease of moving the actual, structure. The mobile homes have other difficulties with moving. That's what we were trying to say with that comment. We haven't researched what any of the local area costs or any of that, to be honest with you. And we were just going off of, what we see as we drive around. I don't know if you've researched or expanded your radius of what you're looking at, but I thought there was more availability. We're building an RV park over in Ontario. And like we said, we would be open to assisting with moving it over there. If they don't have a vehicle to move there and it's a trailer RV, we'd be open to talking about, filling their tanks so they can get to our park and accompanying them with that. But other than that, we didn't really look into the details nor the costs. So I didn't know we were tasked with that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I don't think it's so much that the city is asking that of you. It's just looking into the reality of whether these folks do have a place to go. I think that's more the concern. It's not that we're tasking you with that. It's just the reality of them potentially not having a place to go. So I assumed for your sake, you would have looked into where they could go so that the timing of your development would be able to be accomplished.
Well, yeah, I don't think we're responsible for finding everybody a home. Technically, we have certain notice rights, and we've been talking about extending the time periods and everything else, but perhaps we misunderstood what you were wanting us to try to do.
Well, I apologize if that wasn't clear. I don't believe from the last meeting there was any indication given that you were being required to do anything. Really, the discussion was around whether they had been notified. And we really appreciated your response and an effort to do things to help them from being displaced. I was thinking of it more along the lines of the reality of whether there actually was anywhere for them to go, and what that meant for the timing of your project, without leaving them without a place to live. And that was the city's primary concern. We'll probably get into that topic more here at the end of this conversation. Really appreciate the 180 day notice. I think as much notice as you can give them as possible will make your process easier so that they have as much time as they can to work through the challenges of moving to a new location, being able to save for the cost of that process. I was under the impression from the last hearing that there were potentially some of these units that were not movable because they were in poor enough shape. Do you know about how many of those there are, and were they included in the numbers that you gave us here tonight?
Yeah, those are in that inventory of homes. And there's 17 of the older homes older than 1976.
So they are
That's
not
all
in good
pro.
enough shape, or they can't be moved because of the age.
Every jurisdiction's different. I'm not sure what the city of Meridian's codes are in regards to the 1976 and older homes. Many of the cities now, require them to be brought up to HUD standards. And that can vary with each home, whether rewiring because there's older wiring in there, or other reasons, egress out of windows, a multitude of different things to bring them up to HUD standards. But we're hearing that some jurisdictions like Twin Falls and others are not even allowing the older homes to be moved once they get beyond that 1976. Don't quote me on that, but that's what we've been hearing. It's always hard to get definitive answers sometimes when you're trying to see if you can move a home or do something with it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland.
Mark, would you mind walking us through some of the details? I want to confirm a couple things here. Because you talk about in number 2, given a 90-day notice to vacate when they're ready to begin construction. And I want to make sure you had this phased in 3 phases. The single family, if this were granted, single family would come first, which is on the south side of the 3 sections, commercial, mobile home, and then the vacant lot. So that would be first phase. The second phase would be the current situation we're talking about with the mobile homes. You would do the apartments, and the third phase would be the commercial area. And I recall that once the single family homes are built, there was going to be a request for 4 years there were some financing situations and you have 2 years, you would have to come back for request for a 2-year extension because of the loan agreements, the way that's arranged. Can you confirm that's my memory's accurate? I was trying to read through the minutes again real quick on that.
You know, we've confirmed we have about 2 more years on our loan. And just where we're at in the process now, we think that it will take us 4 years to get to the multifamily portion of the project. Just, it's such an uncertain time right now. We're proceeding extremely cautiously. The financing that's out there, it's with all the commercial office space problems, you know, the lenders are it's just a super uncertain time. So if the market warrants to go as fast as we can, we could do it. Our financing restrictions change after 2 years from now, or later this summer. So, you know, if we can get through the single family, yes, you're right. We wanted to start with the single family and the cottage product, the paired homes in the back, and then move into the multifamily after that. And we're in the city staff wanted to stretch out the noticing to them too. And we weren't 100% sure of our timing, but we have confirmed that our finance constraints are really 2 years from September 1st.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Holcomb.
And Mark, to confirm what I think I heard then was at a minimum, it will be 2 years before those folks would have to leave with a possibility of 4 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I guess it's a question for staff to react to maybe with the applicant, but I thought the proposal under number 4 was interesting, but I've never heard of us doing like an applicant building half of a width of the improvements on a street. Is that something we can do or have done? If staff could reflect on that, and then maybe we have questions for the applicant.
Sorry, it was on it. I just flipped it off. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader. Typically, the requirement is half plus 12 from ACHD. In this case, all of the right of way lies on this property.
Thanks. So it doesn't sound,
That's the reason.
okay. So it doesn't sound like that's really a feasible solution.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I got a little turnaround here, but just to, kind of reflect back, I did think that, extending the noticing period, I thought was a positive change that would help. I don't think though we've kind of avoided certainly the issue with the older mobile homes that can't be moved. It just feels like there's not a great solution for those. It's lucky that you are in this business. So could you help me understand with moving them? Is it possible to typically move them, but repairs are required? Or is it that the condition of them are such that it's not safe to transport them? Is it like a HUD regulation? Help me understand that. I'm not aware of a City of Meridian regulation about moving them, but I could be misinformed. But help me understand a little bit about the issue with moving those older ones.
Yeah, so there's a total of 40 spaces out there. And again, there's 15 of those are recreation vehicles. 17 of them are 1976 or older mobile homes. And those are the ones that are more difficult to move because of the HUD standards and bringing them up to HUD standards. So, and then the 8 other homes that are newer than 1976, we believe just from assessing them from the outside that they could be moved and would make economic sense to move them. And then, so the older ones, we've fixed them up in the past and, put new windows in that provide the egress and change the wiring out. But usually you're doing that with a home that, warrants spending the money on it. And then the moving costs of the homes, of the mobile homes, get really expensive. So an older single wide could cost, depending on how far you're going and what you're doing, but it could cost $5,000 to $10,000 to move the home easily.
Got it. And so,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kelly, would a good outcome for you today be to approve the other parts of your project so you could proceed and then continue to work on this, multifamily aspect with the city? Or is that what you're looking to achieve today? Are you just looking for full approval?
We
me
could be,
understand.
we could be very flexible on the multifamily, and we see that we could move forward and work with that on a DA, or if you want us to reapply for that. I would hope we'd be able to get the zoning all done and everything just to save some work for everybody. But if we couldn't get that, we'd appreciate moving forward with the cottages and doing that part of the project. And I'm confident we'll be able to work through this stuff and do our best at finding everybody a home. It's just so hard to predict when and who all will still be there and everything else. We do have quite a bit of turnover in the park. So
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
but like hypothetically though, so you're not accepting, I assume you're not accepting new transfers of mobile homes that are older than 1976, right?
No, absolutely not. We're not accepting that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
And so, part of what I'm kind of wondering and just talking out loud, and it's not a great systematic way to do it, but having looked at the photos, it looked like several of the older homes were really like substandard housing. And so something I was wondering about was if you would be willing to work with staff on an outreach program, even before you're ready for that phase of the multifamily, with the ones that are in the worst condition, to help those folks get on the lists for affordable housing. For example, we do have an affordable housing project being built in Meridian, but by the time you're going to do this multifamily phase, that one will have a huge wait list and it'll be full. So I was just wondering if you'd be willing to work with the homeowners of the older homes that are in the worst condition that can't be moved now. And then if you backfill them, if you would be able to fill them, any vacancies with newer homes or RVs that could be moved, if there was a way there that we could kind of move out out of that group of 17 that are probably the most problematic, identify those. And then if there was a way to like work with them earlier to help those folks, if there was just sort of some kind of a plan you'd be open to there. Because I liked the other phases of your project, and this is the only one I was hung up on, but I'm sort of hoping we could approve the other phases, just talking out loud. And then there might be a way to work with out of that 17, the ones that are most problematic now. Is that something you'd be open to?
Yeah, we'd be open to it. I think it's really, in reality, it's really 2 years from now. Because, that's collateral for our existing debt on the property, and we're fiduciary responsible for keeping the park full. So I gotta keep that in mind until we can transition into a new loan, and hopefully by then we have the cottages up and going and have more collateral and whatnot. But so I think the reality is, we'd start doing that 2 years from now with the older homes. And, we could certainly do that and try to replace them with an RV, is really the realistic thing that would occur, because a newer mobile home with the cost to move in and just set up, it wouldn't make sense to move them in for the short period of time, all depending on, what our forecast is to break ground and do and get the multifamily going. Does that make sense? But I mean, we could certainly work on those ahead of time. And but at this point, they're providing housing in the park, and it could be 2 to 3 years. And if we're seeing that, and who knows what the economy is going to look like 4 years from now. So that's where, we might as well utilize the housing that we do have in the interim for as long as we can. And then we will definitely work to get people into any vacant spaces we have, and work with them to find housing, if they have to stay in the immediate area.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, just so talking out loud, I appreciate that. It feels like you want to be really collaborative on it. I think, it sounds like even finding spaces for RVs, that's very difficult right now in the valley. And I guess I am concerned, having reviewed the photos of the living conditions that some people are in, and just wondering, and I understand it could impact your cash flow if you were to suddenly work with a bunch of people and get them moved. But if you were to work with one at a time, kind of prioritize the ones that are in the worst shape and help them, just at least be aware of the resources available to them, especially the affordable housing resources. At least if they were made aware of that earlier, that might help some people get out of some living conditions that might not be ideal even 2 years from now. Just, some of the pictures, it looked like there were some that didn't have a roof, or that had a tarp serving as a roof, and some stuff like that. I guess I think I'd be comfortable approving the other phases and holding off on the multifamily piece while we kind of work together on this. But I thought, it seemed like you're really open to working with the city on it. I guess I'd like to hear other people's thoughts, but it feels like that might be a good way to try to proceed.
Yeah, we would appreciate moving forward with the cottages for sure.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
one last one, Mark, under Idaho state law. I believe you could, as the landowner, you have a contract with each of those residents. Give them a 30-day notice, and then they would have to vacate the premises. Is that correct?
We're on a month-to-month lease, and I'm not 100% sure if that's, I believe there's differences. We looked into it a little, and I think there's a difference between giving notice, which I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense, but giving notice, and then giving notice if you're closing down the park. And so I'm really not an attorney, and I don't know for sure, but there's certainly a prescribed period of time, and we would just need to confirm that like under number 2, we were basically saying, hey, we'll do, because we went back and looked, and I'm not 100% sure the 90-day notice to vacate is correct. If the park's being closed, it might be 180-day notice. And if that's the case, then what we're saying in number 2 is we'll give them 360-day notice if that's what the statute states.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
Steve, do you have any insight into that? Into the day, the length of time?
Mayor Simpson, Councilman Hoagland. My understanding, and this is single family housing and not mobile home. So I'm rental properties, mine is 90 days is my understanding. So I have not a clue with mobile homes and demoing them and moving them off. And Mark might be right. It may be 180 days.
Okay, so at least we've established that time frame anywhere between, Mr. Mayor, 30 and 180 days. A landowner can force them off the property.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, will everyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody in advance.
Okay. If there's anybody present who would,
I have one last comment, if I may.
well, can we save it for closing remarks?
Oh,
See if there's,
sure. Yes.
you may be right up. I just want to see if there's anybody else present. Okay, if you'd like to come on up. And if there's anybody online, please use the raise your hand feature so that we can bring you in on this. If you can state your name and address for the record, please. And just choose one of the mics.
At Hanrahan, 403 East Fairview, trailer 46. Obviously, I'm emotional about this, and I know it's their property, but I know, the guy next to me, there's people on Social Security that are on fixed income of like $1,400, and their home, my mobile home is one that wouldn't be accepted in Ontario because of its age. And I'm not aware of when he said that that we've tried to upgrade these units. I don't know of one person that has taken place with. I'd like to have some more information about that. Because I spent the money to put in a heat pump and an central air and all that stuff out of my money. There are people in the park, not only on the Social Security because they're injured and can't work, but there's people like Mike that, is a Vietnam veteran. He's worked at McDonald's his whole life. He gets like $1,400 a month and that's it. Where the hell is he going to go? Excuse me. Where's he going to go? There are people in the park that even if they could move their trailers, I know one of them around the corner, she walks to AutoZone because that's where she's got a job and she doesn't have enough money to buy a car. And simply moving all these things to Ontario sends a really bad signal for this city to me, because you're going to displace, I don't know how many people are in there. There's probably like 60 some odd spaces. And you're right, some of them I wouldn't live in if I could help it. But yet that's all these people can afford. And there's people like next to Mike that are not bilingual. Their language is not English. They struggle to make ends meet. And where are they going to go? And I can't sell my trailer, even though it's in decent shape. I can't move it anywhere, like even on Ontario, because it's too old. And there are literally no spaces that I know of without buying a new mobile home in this city that you could move a mobile home to, or an RV. I mean, I'm a capitalist. I understand it's his property, but yet this is just a worrying situation for me. I'm one of the probably lucky few that I could probably in 2 years find another place to live or whatever. But 180 days, if that ever turns out, these people will be on the street. And we're talking, United States veterans on the street. Somebody needs to stand up and say no. And I don't know how you can say no because it is their property, but I think, try not to be too emotional about it, but it's portraying this city as some place that doesn't care about their citizens. To me, that's how it feels, and what's the other thing that I had a contract originally when I got here. I don't remember what it says. I tried to dig it out. I can't find it, but it wasn't month to month. And they came around, I think they said in a week, they were going to do an inspection. So they came around, and since I've been there, it's 2017, we've always been able to park on the roads. All of a sudden they said, if you're parking on the road, we can eject you, basically. And there are simply people, 2 cars, that don't have room to park their cars in the space provided. And that's a shock to me. It's like, well, when did that happen? The other thing is that people have, in some of these substandard housing, they were told to clean up their yards. So they went out to Harbor Freight and they bought those little canvas sheds, right? Garage sheds. And they put all their stuff in there. They tried to clean it up. And this last time it came through, they said, no, you can't have that anymore. And these are all reasons that they can remove you from the park. And it says right there on their paper. I don't trust them. You know, when did that happen? So when I hear 4 years and then 2 years and possibly 180 days or 360, that time frame for me doesn't work for most people in this park, including me. 180 days, I don't know where I'd go. And part of it is I choose to live there, but part of it is a financial thing for me because of, other money coming out. I make decent money, but a lot of that goes elsewhere. And I don't know, Mike, if you want to speak, but.
Yeah, if you could wrap up your comments and see if
appreciate
and
it.
council may have some questions for you as well.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
thank you.
Councilman Keller.
thanks. Appreciate your testimony tonight. And well, I don't think there's anything more emotional for any of us as Americans about talking about our homes. So don't feel that you need to apologize. We all deal with housing in different ways, and I appreciate your testimony here tonight. So I do have a couple of questions for you. And it starts with, I think, your perception that the city doesn't care. And it's okay if you feel that way, but I want to reaffirm for you, the reason why we're having another meeting tonight is because when this was first brought before the council, we were not excited about this, and we wanted to have an opportunity to hear from people like you. So thank you for being here tonight.
Can I just clarify that one
Sure.
statement? The only reason I'm here tonight is to plead with you because I watched the meetings on YouTube or wherever it was from last one. And I know you're sympathetic to it and you're trying to make some changes or allow sufficient timing. That's why I'm here, is because I watched that last time and I appreciate it.
Great. So that at least, Mr. Mayor, comes with my first
Councilman Keller.
question is I know, Councilmember Perot inquired about this in the last hearing about what type of communication about these changes have been made to you and your fellow neighbors?
The only thing we've had is the public hearing notice, billboards. And it said last time it was updated, it said it was in December, right? And then the next 2 or 3 meetings that had came out, that billboard had not been updated. And when I called the city here, they said, well, it's not our job as a city to update the dates on that billboard. And you just go online. Well, probably half that park, if not more, doesn't even have internet. So there really is there wasn't sufficient warning or explanation of any of this, in my view.
Mr. Mayor, maybe a couple follow-ups.
Councilman Keller.
Do you recall being invited or getting any notification about a neighborhood meeting of any kind?
I did not.
So
I heard that and I had not received that.
Councilman
yeah,
Keller.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my last question, this is, I think, really helpful for me because you seem very rooted in logic. You say you're a capitalist, which I appreciate. I think most of us in this room, like almost all of us likely are. So give me advice as a council member. What should I do about this situation where clearly I hear your pleas and your concerns, and frankly, I'm sympathetic with them to the point that you don't own the land and the owner does want to do something different with that. What should we as a city council do?
I think your idea of helping those people individually that maybe are substandard and can't go anywhere else because of limited income and getting them on some kind of a public housing list that's affordable, that's a great step. I think the time frame of 2 years to 4 years, I think that's sufficient. What I'm afraid is going to happen is that's going to shrink. And we won't know it's going to shrink until it does. So any kind of long-term plans, like if I wanted to put $500 a month away for 4 years to put a down payment on a house, right? If it becomes 180, 360 or 2 years less, then all my long-term plans are for naught. That would be my major concern, is some kind of a firm contract about dates.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony tonight. Thank you for being here.
Okay. And Mike, did you also want to provide testimony? You can just state your name and address for the record.
Mike Karsh, and I'm in 403 East Fairview Avenue, Trailer Park, and I'm space 40. And my trailer won't move. That's almost a guarantee. It'll fold up. Because I'm got part of the ceiling is coming down. When it rains, it leaks, which I know, so I'm supposed to take care of that. And Pat's helped me trying to cover up and patch cracks and everything to stop it, but it finds a way. And I try to save money, but when it gets close to the end of the month, I have to dig in what I tried to put aside to save. And come 2 years, I know I'm not going to have enough to buy anything. And where I'm going to live, I have no idea. And I want to live around either Boise or Meridian, because I go to the VA. I've got Parkinson. And it will spread, get worse for me, but ask me questions. Because I'm lost.
Fair enough. Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming here this evening. We appreciate it. It was my understanding that your homes were owned by yourselves individually. Is that not the case? They're all owned by the park? And are you making improvements to the units, but you don't own them?
I own mine.
Okay, so some are owned by the residents and some are owned by the park, or do all the residents own their own? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll let the applicant reply to that one if you'd like.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
sir, I'm sorry.
Hi, Mike, I think you have another question that's coming from Councilwoman Schrader. No, you're fine.
Sorry, sir, to make you come back up. But if the city and the applicant were to work with folks like you that have a home that can't easily be moved, and you were helped to connect to resources for affordable housing, is that a process you would be willing to start working on, soon? Or is it something that you would tend to wait on until it got closer to when they were going to make changes to this part of the property?
Well, I don't quite understand everything that you said, but
Yeah, I was just trying to understand from your perspective if you would be willing to go and try to get on some lists for affordable housing resources now, or if you would prefer to wait and stay in your home the way it is until possibly 2 years from now. And the reason I'm asking that is there is a long wait time, I think, on a lot of these affordable housing resources. And so just wanted to kind of talk about that a little bit.
well, I'd look into it.
Yeah. Look
And
into it. Yeah.
I've got dogs, so I got to find a place that'll let me have my animals. That I've raised them from puppies. And they're ankle biters. They're Chihuahua and Pomeranian mix. So, trying to
Well,
find a
thank
place
you.
there.
Yeah. I guess my concern is I think, we've heard 2 stories. I think there are at least 40 more stories that sound a lot like this. And, I think that's why it's so important that we try to figure this out. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item here in the audience or online? Okay, would the applicant like to come back up? For final comments.
Chairman, or sorry, Mayor Simpson, members of the council, for the record again, Steve Arnold, 18 Land Consultants. I think the only thing that I was going to address before our neighbors came up was the question that came up with ACHD and the road and right of way. Typically, the road section that you do is exactly like what Sonia explained. It's half plus 12 curb gutter sidewalk on your side, and then 12 additional feet of pavement. Having worked at ACHD and worked with them for the last 20 some odd years, we never had to do a full section without reimbursement. Now, it's important to note that we brought that up at the last meeting, and ACHD staff issued a new, at the last meeting, I said, look, we can't ask the city for reimbursement. It's not a city improvement, it's an ACHD improvement. Well, they reissued a staff report that says no reimbursements will be issued for that. So they're either watching, but so that's not typical by any means to do the full section. As opposed to the housing, it makes me sad listening to, we've got veterans in the house and we spend billions overseas on pointless stuff. And what I've told the neighboring mayor is the only way that you cure the housing problem and the expenses now is it's supply and demand. You get more rental units, you get more units on, and prices will stabilize. And that's really city and local government that does that. So one thing that'll help out by approving the multifamily in this area is it will be helping, the affordability for people like our residents there. So I think a lot of this, and this goes back to Mr. Neri, but a lot of this can be handled through a DA, a conditional use. The city can condition that it expires or daylights at a certain time. The one thing that I know Sonia brought up in the beginning in the presentation is at the last meeting is that we've got non-conforming uses. We've got a commercial use in an R8 zone that we're proposing to fix. We got a mobile home park that's not allowed in any zone unless we do the conditional use. And then the cottage units at the south, again, those are, that's the main focus, but the secondary focus is cleaning up everything that is not, up to code, so to speak. And I think with the option, combination of staff's item number 1 and the applicant's item number 1, I think a combination of the two in a development agreement would cover a lot of the concerns so that the city isn't allowing basically existing residents to get kicked out and become homeless. I have worked on through distant family member that sort of path where they get into a program, and it does take a good year to 4 months. So I believe that could be something that could also be put in the DA that, somehow the applicant sets up some sort of system that helps start moving these people in and out. But like I said, I think a lot of this stuff can be addressed in the DA, or at least approve the cottages, conditionally approve the multifamily, and mobile homes temporarily, and then clean up the commercial. With that, I'll stand with any questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
We appreciate your willingness to have this conversation and there are some applicants that wouldn't be willing to have the conversation with us. So I want to say thank you, first of all. And at this point in time, I'm more inclined to number 2 on the staff's recommendation, which is just to wait on every approval related to multifamily, because I have concerns about us creating conditions in a DA that are so subjective and don't follow in line with maybe some sort of, code or metric that we can track. I get concerned about asking our staff to create conditions that really are just really subjective, depending on how you, the applicant, decide to go about helping the residents that are there to move. And so I'm not in favor of that method currently, but my question for you is, are you, Mark had mentioned in a question from Councilwoman Strader, if there would be a comfort level with proceeding with some approvals on the cottages and holding off on everything related to the mobile home park. How does that impact your overall project as it relates to the lending? Because that's primarily why we're having this conversation about the timing. Would you not be able to proceed because you wouldn't have all of the property being in the city of Meridian so that it can be encumbered in a particular way? Or would you be able to still proceed?
Hey, Steve, I'll go ahead and answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think that would work. I had also explained that back property, our lender, we do have a carve out, the ability to carve that property out of the collateral, the undeveloped portion of it. And we have that in our existing documents. So I think we'll be able to proceed with the cottages. And yeah, I mean, we would appreciate getting that going and then figure out how to, work with the people and find housing for them.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
a question for Steve or Mark here. In bullet point 1, where you offer some possible options, talks about moving any of the RVs or mobile homes newer than 76 to mobile home or RV park they're building in Ontario, or to any park they own in Eagle, Twin Falls, or Kimberly, assuming there are spaces available. We don't know if they are or not. And I know that helps mitigate some of the cost of moving if it's going back to a revenue producing site that's owned. But would you be open to moving them to any site within the Treasure Valley or Southern Idaho, Ontario to Twin Falls type of area?
I don't think we could commit to those costs, to be honest with you. We just don't know the homes well enough. And we'd be willing to contribute something, but I don't know. I can't say we'd be moving all those homes. It would just get too costly. I mean, again, back to the half-width street, we just, the project, we take on so much risk doing these projects, you guys. We sign personal guarantees and it's extremely risky. I stay up all night worrying about making the payments and trying to figure out how to do these projects. So it's, we just can't keep piling the costs on. And unfortunately, the costs for moving are expensive. You don't recoup those at the parks we own for several years. And I'd like to add too, just that we already work with a number of our tenants in our parks across the state and in Oregon with numerous aid groups that find housing and help pay for a number of our tenants. A number of our parks are C-class parks. This happens to be one of the rougher ones, but we do work with them already and help them to figure out how to make their payments and get their payments to some of them to a level where they can afford to stay with us. So, we're already really familiar with a lot of those, and our manager in particular is very good at working with those groups. So I think we'd be pretty successful in finding them housing, but I think Commissioner Strader's questions, the people don't want to move until they have to move. So we're really at a crux with this whole thing. And, we'd be willing to guarantee that we're not going to move them out. The one gentleman that was up speaking, in 2 years, we can guarantee that we will not move them out in the next 2 years. And if we do, we'll find them a place to go that's acceptable to everybody. But, it's, so I think that 2 to 4 year period is where we're really going to be able to, figure out what our options are, because like you've already researched, you've gone to the housing that's being built with affordable restrictions, and it's already filling up now. But, that's where I think we're gonna, until we get to that 2 years, and to be honest with you, this has been because staff and the city really wanted to deal with the whole project all at once, ironically. That's why it's taken us so long to get to this point, and wanted to deal with the whole piece of property, because we wanted to just carve out the cottages 6 years ago.
Mr. Mayor.
Just so you're aware of everything that's gone on. But I'm just trying to explain my personal way of how I think it's going to work best for everybody. Because when we get to 2 years, we can all put our heads down and try to pick off, and like Commissioner Strader, we'll focus on those oldest homes and work with those people. But, they're going to have to want to do it too themselves.
Councilman Holland.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. And I think Councilwoman Strader expressed the appreciation that you guys have been willing to do something and not just toss people out and try to find a solution here. I kind of, Mark, agree with staff assessment to deal with the whole thing. My concern is if we just piecemeal and approve the cottages, and then you turn around and that property gets sold, the new owner comes in and scrapes it clean. And they come to us with a new application, and we've got people out on the street. We've taken people from what little housing they have. They do have housing, to even worse situation for them personally, to not having housing, and worse from a taxpayer standpoint too, because now you have public support for people who are in a worse situation. So there are no winners in that situation. So I'm just wondering, with your 2-year guarantee, Mark, and that find a location, that's interesting. What would that look like? I mean, find a location, that can mean, I'd ask legal counsel, what does that mean? And he says, it can mean whatever you want it to mean. I'm pretty sure Bill, been around Bill long enough to know. Work those words, but what do you mean by, find a location? Just in locations that you own, or other public housing that might be affordable housing?
All public housing options. That's where, again, I'm saying it's difficult because people get used to what they're living in, and who's going to define what's an acceptable spot for them? I mean, and I can probably go find RV spots too, but it's difficult to say. But what I'm saying is, in 2 years, they don't need to be concerned about it for 2 years. At that point, it's a 360-day notice at a minimum is what we're saying. So I was trying to address, the gentleman that was up speaking that lives, I forget what space he was in. Because his biggest concern was getting noticing. And that's where, it works both ways for us. We've seen parks like the Lazy J down in Twin Falls. They gave notice because they were going to redevelop and the place cleared out. And then it was empty. I mean, you'll be dealing with our bank if that happens to us, but so we want to keep the people there as long as we can. For some reason, if the economy is in the tank and we get done with the cottages, we're, worst case scenario, we're in another depression like 2008, we're not going to be starting anything in that area. So that's where, I think we should just, try to work through it in the proper timing, and we're willing to give people, a year notice and work with them during that year and the following year, and probably, because I really think it's going to be that 4th year that we're going to be ready. The time it's taking to, generate working drawings on this stuff and get it through the permitting process, it takes that long. I wish it didn't, but it does.
So council, and I don't think the applicant's gonna like what I have to say, but I'm gonna say it anyways, is that, I know there's been conversation about what role the city can play. I'm happy to take on this role with our staff to bring in outside organizations to help organize, to start these processes. But the reality is what in our market right now, when there's an opportunity for someone to move, they need to be prepared to actually do it, in my opinion. I don't think that we can hope that we can keep everyone into these places for 2 years and all within a defined time period, everyone's going to be able to move very quickly. And, so but I think that we could figure that out over the next 6 months, so we could work with some of our housing partners and we can have more in-depth conversations about what that looks like. I've always heard it's about 6 months to get somebody into a type of housing opportunity. That's what some of the timeframes are, but what is the duration of that housing? What's its purpose? Is it going to meet the intent of each individual person? We don't know. But to the point, that could dry up their financing if they're expecting these to be rented fully for the next 2 years. But I just don't think we can't have the cake and eat it too in this regard. But I also think that having some deadlines are important in terms, because it puts everybody on notice. Puts the people that live in there on notice. It could put myself and our staff on notice for the time frame to try to work with the developer and the residents and our neighboring agencies to see what we can do. And if people aren't willing to move, or there's not opportunities, then we can't tell someone that you have to do this, but they at least have a time frame in that regard. But yeah, they could start losing revenue in 30 days, 60 days. And I don't know what that does long-term for them.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Well, I completely agree. If I were a resident in that park, I would start looking now. If I knew that this was coming down, that's what I would do. If I was there, I would start figuring out what my options were now. I think that's normal behavior with housing as our primary security. And I appreciate your support of creating a time frame that makes it plausible. I had the unfortunate experience of working with manufactured home evictions and defaults on mobile home parks in my prior work. I'm very familiar with the costs and everything associated with defaulting, with moving mobile homes, with the state laws, HUD laws. And I'm not going to speak in that capacity here, but I'm very familiar with what all will be involved with this process. And respectfully, more than the applicant is. And so that's why I'm choosing to sort of push on this a little bit more, not only as as a member of our council who truly believes that affordable housing is a super important part of our taking care of our community, but also somebody who is involved in the real estate industry and intimately understanding the costs that will be associated with the costs that will be incurred to these individuals, even if in the applicant's kindness and of offering of covering some of those costs, there's still going to be costs involved in physically moving, getting rid of things that they can't take with them to likely a smaller place, potentially not having somewhere that will allow them to park a vehicle, all those things that will be involved. There will be a significant impact. And I am not stating that to say that I am opposed to this project. I am stating that because it's the reality. And I think if the applicant doesn't really truly start working on that part of the process, that your own role in this could be complicated. So I would hope that you would see it to your benefit to educate yourself on all these different things. That's really where I've come from with all of the statements I've made, is that the applicant would become more educated and more aware of what all is going to be involved for these folks. And so I don't have any question. I just wanted to say that it can get very complicated. In my opinion, you could spend just as much money at $5,000+ a piece moving these units as you could the loss that you will incur over, say, $400 a month per unit in loss for a year of lost income. You could easily spend just as much in assisting the move of them than if folks were to move out early because they now know that there is that they're going to have to at some point. That's my just quick math. Maybe I might not be right, but I've done this enough to figure that there is no way to guarantee that even if we make a decision that benefits you today, that folks will stay there long enough to make it beneficial to you for your entire project.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pearl, I don't know if you were speaking to this applicant or that applicant, but you're right. I mean, my dealing with mobile home parks is they're evicted first. I go in and doze it, scrape it, clean it off, and then we're building. But no, the cost with the moving them, driving them, the years that I've never looked at that. I just point and doze. But yeah, you're right. And I think you've heard from our online applicant that he's willing to start working now. And I forget what Councilman said, but the mayor, the dates. I think if you put dates in there for certain actions and to have certain things done, I think all of this will fall into place and all the moving pieces will come together. And your assurance that even, let's say, Mark moves to Hawaii or whatever and stays there and it sells it. I've got really good experience with the project at the northeast corner of Ustick and Linder. We came in before you, we tried to do some fourplex and commercial there, but because the development agreement ahead of time didn't allow it, obviously the council had to deny that. But I mean, I think there's a lot more weight in a development agreement. And I think it can be conditioned to move this along and help these guys out. Because it is going to take probably a good year plus time to rehome people.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
a couple follow-ups, please. To Steve or to Mark, the worst part about this entire application is going to have an effect on someone. It's negative. For Mark specifically, if you didn't have a 2-year loan on this property, would you be looking at more of a 180-day eviction process right now?
I don't think so, John, because Commissioner Overton, we really don't want to do the project in one phase. We want to phase the project and get the cottages going. Councilwoman Pearl is absolutely correct. The costs, we have a lot of risk just going through this process and telling everybody we'll have people moving out and getting uncomfortable. So, you know, we get the risks and we want to try to figure out the best way for everybody, including everybody has to move their homes, most importantly, you know, that they land on their feet and can move on, and we disrupt their lives as little as we possibly can. But you know, I can't, you know, I think phasing the project, it sounds like the best idea now. If the city's not comfortable moving ahead with the entire master plan.
Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Overton.
With your 2-year loan on that property.
What's that?
Well, hang on. Let me get the whole question out. I just want to make sure that we're crystal clear that what we're talking about is not, we're going to let them live for the next 1 year and 10 months and then give them a notice. We're talking about working immediately on trying to help them find housing, even if the answer or the solution was that they would find housing elsewhere well before that 2-year time period came to be. Is that correct?
Well, we were talking about doing that with the older homes, correct? That was what I believe Council Member Strader brought up, correct? Is that what you're referring to? As far as the two years working with people to move out? We can't, I thought I made it clear earlier that with our existing lender, no, we can't jeopardize the collateral that's bringing in the income to service the debt. We you know, we can't afford to do that.
Mayor, one more follow-up. So with your current lender, then I guess that would be correct then. We would be, if we approved phase 2 and nothing was to happen for at least 2 years, you would be looking at giving them 1 3/4 years before you gave them notice. So that would put that closer to the end of that 2-year contract. Is that correct, Mark?
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, that at the end of the 2 years, I really don't think we're going to be through the cottages and done with that and ready to move on in 2 years from now, to be honest with you. So I think it's, you know, 2 to 3 years we're giving them notice, and it's a 1-year notice is what I'm envisioning. And that's, you know, if things stay status quo, if things went crazy again with the market, we would say we would give notice in 2 years and we'd give them 1 year. We're fine committing to that. If that's your, you know, what you're trying to get to.
So Mark, if we said you can't do it for 5 years, is that a problem?
For the mobile home component?
Yeah.
I would say that, you know, we'd like to do it sooner than that, somewhere in the 3 to 5 year program. I think it's realistic. You know, if you insisted on the 5, we'd take that if we could get through the whole approval process now, and we'd commit to that.
A 5-year with a 1-year minimum notification. And really for myself, council, it just becomes at what point in time does the conversation, if the city's going to be involved in working with their homeowners, would or should that really exist? And part of it, you could start working with those that maybe have fewer options now, and you can still bring in somebody else who has a mobile home that would want to be there for 5 years. I don't know what the expectation is for someone with a mobile home, how long they expect to leave it in a place. But, you know, if they could be there for 2, 3, 4 years, is that financially viable for them? If you can move out people that don't have as many options or aren't gonna be able to take their home with them and bring in others that can fill that space, I don't know. But just trying to.
We'd certainly try that approach to keep the income if we were constrained to the 5 years. But I don't, typically moving the home, it's so costly, to move them and set them up properly per code, that it's prohibitive to then turn around and move them even 5 years later.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
But Mr. Kelly or whoever on your team wants to answer, but wouldn't you most likely backfill with RVs? Wouldn't that, I mean, I don't want to put myself in your shoes, but to the extent that the city were to work with folks to move them out that were in the most dire circumstances first, wouldn't your natural business plan to deal with that be to backfill with RVs?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I kind of like where you're going with it because I feel like although it is a long time frame and probably not what the applicant was hoping, I think a 5-year time period would give us a lot more runway to try to work with people. And it's true. I mean, and it's also true that anyone who's living there now that watches this public hearing is not obligated to stay there either, right? Like anyone is able to work on addressing their housing situation to the best of their ability with, the public resources available at any time. And so that's important to acknowledge as well. But I do like the 5-year time period idea because I feel like that would give us a lot more runway to try to solve the issue. It would still allow the applicant to move forward on obviously the cottages product. Yeah, that feels a little more comfortable. That what I don't like about the conversation up until now was 2 years sounds right, but then it was 90 days and it was like 180 days. Now I'm hearing 360 days. Just felt like a very fluid situation. 5 years feels like it would give a lot more of a heads up, a longer time frame for people to save up if they could, longer time to get connected with resources. So yeah, I don't know. I like that idea.
Well, just to clarify on the noticing period, I was just trying to clarify that we needed to verify the state statute as to the noticing period, and it's confusing when you look it up between the 90, 180, and what I just wanted to clarify was that in our second option that we threw out, whatever the statutory is, we're saying we will double it. We would agree to double the period. So that's the only thing I was talking about at that point. The 5 years, if we could notice in 4 years and give the 360-day notice, I think we could live with that. I don't know if everybody did review our item 3, which was the city and working together with a piece of property where we could build another RV park or another RV or mobile home park to house these 40 people. And if the city had any property that would be a candidate for redevelopment, or we'd certainly look at joint venturing with the city if they'd, or allow us to zone another property with a mobile home park, and we'll move these into a district and a zoning area that you feel comfortable with.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I know I'm not ready to make any comments on that specifically at this time. That would entail, at least for me, a lot more research, and I don't know that that's an option that I'm ready to discuss for this specific hearing. I think it's a great idea. I just think it's very, very involved, and not something we've ever had requested from us, at least that I can remember in the 7 years I've been making land use decisions. So for me, that's not something that I would consider this evening as part of the solution. I can't speak for my fellow council, but question I have is just trying to understand from the mayor and Councilwoman Schrader, the benefit of going 5 years versus 4. I think I missed the benefit of or other than it giving more time and potentially allowing if residents were to leave, allowing the owner to bring in other residents and there would be a set amount of time they would be able to stay. I have a feeling that's not super likely, that that's not ultimately going to play out the way that it would sound like it would. So help me understand the benefit of 5 over 4.
It's a number. Plain and simple. I didn't get the impression from the applicant that they were super keen on moving this part of the project forward at all to begin with. It's part of what they were asked to do. They seem to be oscillating somewhere beyond 2 years. So 5 was just a suggestion from my standpoint and nothing beyond that.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, may I make a couple comments?
You bet.
I just wanted to point out that the current DA provision, 1.1 B, states that the final plat application for the second phase of development shall not be submitted to the planning division for a minimum period of 4 years from the date of approval of the preliminary plat to allow residents ample time to find other housing prior to redevelopment of the site. That's submittal of the final plat application. So that will take likely another year by the time it gets approved and they get signature on that before they can start redevelopment of the property. So I think that'll probably be about the 5-year mark. If you change that, please be aware that that DA provision needs to be changed as well. And then just to comment on the statement by Councilwoman Strader, and I believe the applicant may have offered this up too, but backfilling the spaces where the mobile homes are moved out with RVs. An RV park would be the use that would be allowed in, and that is a prohibited use in the current R8 zoning district. However, it would be a conditional use permit or conditional use in the R40 zoning district, which is what's requested by the applicant tonight. So just wanted to throw those things out. Thank you.
So if I can read between what I think I heard you said, approving the full application allows more ability to accomplish that goal through our processes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can follow up, it does, from the time that we submit a final plat application to the time that we even start moving dirt is at least a year. So it more likely 1.5 years going through the agency processes before we'd ever start turning dirt after a final plat application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
I apologize, Sonia. I remember reading in the staff report that 4 years was going to be the earliest that the applicant could apply for a final plat. And so however long it takes the applicant to the point that they can submit for one is really up to them. But just to clarify what you're stating is that there would be no opportunity for them to start construction. Well, they have to put the infrastructure in to get the final plat approved, right? To get sign off on the city engineer. So
No, I've got to submit a design and then the final plat to city staff. Then that goes back before city council. And but that whole process, that whole process takes significant amount of time before we'd roll dirt. So, but no, the infrastructure doesn't go in first. It's after you guys approve it.
okay, so Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So realistically, walk through the time frame for that for us. The earliest they would be able to begin construction on any multifamily would be 1 year to 1.5 years after the final plat was submitted. So you could potentially, so if you are permitted from submitting the final plat before year 4, then the earliest you would actually be able to begin construction on your multifamily project would be like 5.5 years. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing that the DA currently has stated?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro Council. It's a minimum period of 4 years to submit the final plat application. That application typically takes couple months, give or take, to go through the council hearing and get approved. the applicant then needs to get signatures on the plat and get it recorded and do all their improvements or bond for those improvements. The property has to be subdivided prior to them even be able to apply for any building permits. So it's not a requirement, or it's not a minimum time period of 5 years, but I think that's probably about what that's going to work out to.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks, Sonia. I guess I'm looking at the condition B. So I think what we need to change here would be if we wanted to do it as a DA condition, changing it to 5 years. But then what I didn't see was like a notice period to the tenants, like a notification period, like has been discussed. So I think what we were talking about would have been 5 plus, whether it's 180 days or 360 days. Do you feel that doing it as a DA requirement is the best way to accomplish this, Sonia, as opposed to any of the other options?
Mr. Mayor,
denying the
Councilwoman
CUP,
Strader, a DA provision is probably the best legal document we have. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I need it spelled out for me sometimes. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Question for Sonia. Sonia, so if that condition we put in there is a minimum of 4 years before plat application, that meets the time frame we think it would be, then about 5 years, correct? If we
Mr.
state.
Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Council, yes. Yes, sir. Thanks.
And question for Steve or Mark, then if we do that, we've talked about time periods of 360-day notice, that sort of thing. If you're following this process, when would you give notice to I think I would like you to give notice right away once if this is approved, to say, okay, folks, the clock's going to start ticking. There's going to be about a 5-year window. But I think there has to be some official notification at some point in time that we want to put into the DA to lock that in. And I don't know how we follow up on that, staff, to make sure that's done. But what would that time frame in your mind, when you talk about 360 days, that's a year out approximately. What timeframes do you have in mind if you have that window?
Mayor Simonson, Councilman Hoagland, I think maybe the easiest thing to do is add another condition in the proposed DA that, right now it says we can't submit anything until 4 years for a final plat application. Since we all know it's going to take us over a year to get through that process and construction, maybe at that 4-year mark, that's when in the provision of the DA that noticing kicks in, that they are noticed from the date of the final plat submittal. And then I think there can also be another provision. I think there was some discussion tonight about working with the housing authority. I think that could begin, within several months of approval of coordinating with the city and wherever that goes. And that, again, my only experience with that was with a family member, and it was a HUD process that took a long time, and that's all I know. But at least that process can be started sooner, before that 4 years. And then the 4 years, we give the notice to that they've got 1 year or 1 year timeframe to relocate, and put those in the DA so that you do have those cutoff dates.
Mr. Mayor.
That's one pro. Sorry, just.
Thank you.
trying to figure out which way.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is final plat is submitted, 360 days have to go by, and then it's permitted to be recorded. Is that essentially how that would be worded?
No.
360 days notice is given at the time the final plat is submitted, cannot be recorded until that 360-day period is over. Is that the condition you're asking for?
Or Mayor Simonson, Councilwoman Pearl, or something similar, but by default, if we can't submit a final plat for 4 years, when we do submit that, it'll take over a year plus to do. So in that time frame, that could be our kind of final notice, basically. Here, we meet with them in a couple of months, do some flyers or send out some mailers directly. We can start getting on our end to try to figure out, what spaces we may have available. But, in that 4 years, we're doing that initial work with the existing mobile homes. And then after the 4 years, or it might be 5 years before we submit for a final plat application, by the time we submit the final plat, then that's their final notice. So upfront notice now, and then from the time we submit final plat, no sooner than 4 years will be the final notice.
At least in my head, I'm going to no final plat application shall be received by the city unless residents have been notified. To me, that gives us the ability to, it's in the DA, that they will have to have notified before we'll even process their final plat application. Now, there's always a chance it doesn't pass and they can go back and talk to the residents, but to me, that's what the time frame, and then you just have to make sure you meet the legal requirements on if it's a year or how many days before you could actually process that through. Because if it went by in 6 months, because we got really, really good, right, Bill, at getting our things through. That's how I would do it. I would not allow I would put it on you have to have done it before you accept your final plat notification.
And we would definitely support that.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me. May I add to that?
Yes.
Possibly a condition of approval would be submit proof of notification to those homeowners via registered mail with the final plat application, and that no building permits shall be issued for the new development within that year period of submittal of the final plat.
And just between you and legal, would we want to cross-reference state code? Is it state code? Is it federal code? Is it whose code gives the housing notification requirements we'd want to reference?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, it is state code. I mean, HUD may have its requirements, but they don't have a notice. It is a state code, but the code could change. So I think if we're going to decide on 360 as the notice and requirement, then we just put 360. If we reference the code, it could be.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
could I have Sonia repeat that first one? Submit proof of notification to residents prior to final plat submission, or what was that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, submit proof of notice to notice to residents of the mobile home park via registered mail, submitted with the final plat application. No building permits shall be submitted within 1 year of the date of submittal of the final plat application to ensure that they have at least that year notice. And I'd further suggest to the applicant that they include in their letter to the residents some references for affordable housing, phone numbers, internet links, that kind of thing to further assist.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I appreciate Sonia mentioning that. There are even more detailed links than what were put in your in your letter. There's much more significant information that you can provide, so that just to let you know that you're welcome to call me and email me if you want some links to some things. I'm happy to share them with you. Meridian has a housing task force that we're working on resourcing ourselves and understanding more about affordable housing as well. So we're in this with you in terms of understanding what's going on in our community. The question I have for you is just a general question of why be willing to be annexed into the city and pay city taxes for 4 or 5 years? How does that benefit you? And is that going to then cause you to increase the rents to your residents?
Mayor Simonson, Commissioner Pearl, I'm sorry, Councilman. I took lead from my other. I can't speak to the rents because that's something that fluctuates, and I'm not sure how they part their business model. But one advantage of annexing into the city is we've got quite a bit of infrastructure, and we've not really talked about that. I would say your public works department's out there significantly fixing problems with sewer and water. So if we were to upgrade those, we would have to annex at that time. The other advantage is annexing is you can provide, the city can provide sewer to the cottage units. The cottage units were the main focus. And like we've said, we wanted just to submit that, but city staff wanted us to clean up the whole thing because it's a mess with the zoning issues and things that are going on out there. But it benefits us in the fact that we can provide sewer to the cottages. And then eventually when they burn through the cottages, which I think is going to take a while, it's 30 buildings. Then they move on to the multifamily and then clean up the commercial. So there is benefit.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I apologize if my question wasn't clear. Obviously, you need sewer and water to the cottages. My question was number 1 versus number 2 on what the staff had recommended. Why not wait to annex in for the multifamily piece
It's not an.
until a later point in time so that you're not paying taxes on that? It was specific to that piece, not to your whole project. So, but you already answered my question by saying that there may also be other public works related updates or upgrades that go specifically to that fairground piece, or excuse me, that go specifically to the future multifamily piece that may be necessary in the interim.
Mayor Simpson, Commissioner or Councilwoman Pearl, that is correct. I mean, it doesn't make any sense for us to do any major upgrades out there for sewer or fix anything until we actually do the multifamily. But I can't speak toward taxes, but I got to think that mobile homes aren't taxed very much. I don't know what their levy rate is, but it's probably fairly low.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Sonia.
excuse me. I just wanted to clarify, the property is already annexed in the city. The applicant is just requesting a rezone.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
my bad, my apologies. I thought we were discussing the possibility of leaving one outside of city annexation, but my bad. Thank you. Well, good. We'll happily take the tax income. Thank you.
I forgot, sorry.
Council, additional questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, one additional question for Mark or Steve. Your bullet point number 1, the offer to move any of the mobile homes newer than 76 to one of your facilities. That sounds like that offers applicants willing to do, and we could include that into the, in case anybody takes you up on that, they'd be willing to do that. Is that still on the table?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, question for staff.
Hold on.
That half section, that's ACHD requirement, that's baked into the project. We don't have any. Were the applicants offering to only build half? I mean, ACHD, it sounds like from Steve's comments that they've kind of locked that in. So there's no wiggle room on that whatsoever. So no discussion there, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Council, ACHD currently owns the right of way for the extension of that street. It is the city's recommendation, staff and the commission's recommendation that the applicant construct the full street section. So you do have the ability to change that if you wish.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
I know that this property sits in urban renewal district and MDC has sent in some questions and concerns to our planning staff. And in the final report issued to ACHD on June 1st, it sounds like ACHD is sort of stating it's the city's responsibility to require the half, if we want the full to be done or the half, and that ACHD is not going to require it. At least that's how I understood the final report. My question to the applicant is, since this is an urban renewal district, are you, I mean, I would assume you could, since ACHD is not going to reimburse you, I would assume you could apply for, I know you can apply for funds from the Meridian Development Corporation to cover some of those costs in the URD. Have you made a consideration of doing that?
Mayor Simpson, Councilwoman Earl, yes, we will talk. That will be one of the groups that we talk to. But we have not talked to them about reimbursing now, and I don't know what those costs are or what it would be. I need to get some construction drawings done so that we could submit for bids and estimates, and we've not done that. But if that is a condition placed on us, definitely we're going to reach out to see if there is fees. All we're trying to say is that that's not a standard condition. ACHD didn't require it. I understand why it's wanting to be done or requested now, but it's not a typical condition, and it's considered, you know, almost like an offsite improvement. But I don't know how we can ask the city to yeah, I don't know how we could put a condition that we go work with MDC to get funding, or for us, the easiest thing is just to do the standard ACHD half plus 12.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
I wasn't recommending that we condition it. I was just asking if you had looked into it as a way to compensate for some of the funding that would be additional costs that would be required to do the other half side of the street. If you would have some of that offset by your ability to go and pursue some tax increment funds from MDC. But if you haven't looked into that, then you can't answer that question. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Mayor, members of the council, and I guess we just to put a fine point on it. I mean, Steve is correct. It is normally that is half plus 12. Normally there's another property owner on the other side and they do the other half. So that's normally why it is done that way. And here it sounds like that's not the opportunity that exists. So it will likely have to then be built at some point in the future if it's going to connect either by an ACHD project, which right now appears not to be on their, at least on their radar, or an MDC project or a city project. So just as long as the council is comfortable that the other half isn't going to get built by an adjacent property owner, it sounds like that's not the option. That's why the half is normally the standard. So as long as the council is comfortable with that and understands that, eventually someone will figure it out.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
So before I get into anything real crazy here, I want to make sure we kind of have an understanding of some of the points and whatnot, before I make a motion for approval of this project, that I would include their bullet point number 1 of the offer to move any of the RV or mobile home parks newer than 76. That whole thing would be included as one of the conditions. That they'd be required to submit proof of notice to residents of the mobile home park via registered mail about the move at submission of the final plat. I can't read my own writing on some of this. On this other one, that no building permits submitted prior to approval of final plat submissions. I don't think I have that right, son. I can't read my writing. No building permits submitted prior to approval of what that was one that you had as well.
Yes, you may.
Yeah, we're not in a motion. I want to get feedback on this to make sure we have all these down and the applicant is aware and the residents are aware of what we're discussing here.
the latter part of your comment, no building permits applications shall be submitted prior to 1 year from the date of submittal of the final plat application.
Okay, that's the word I meant. No building permits, building permit applications submitted prior to 1 year of final plat submissions.
Final plat application.
Applications, okay, I got things backwards here. No building permits submitted or application? I'm missing.
Building
something.
permit application.
Applications prior to 1 year of final plat application.
Yes,
Okay, there we go.
sorry, kind of confusing.
And then local resources provided to the residents. I want to make that a requirement as part of the conditions. And we talk about 1 year, but we also recognize the fact that it takes a while for those things to get processed. And I'd like to go a little longer, 18 months. I don't know if 2 years is quite a ways out, but because of the wait lists and different things like that. But I don't know what the marker would be because we can tie everything else to the submission of final plat, but at 18 months, I don't know what we can do to make a little longer or 2 years to kind of say, hey, 2 years, and then how do we know that it's tied to something? So, because you might change people and people forget, and we've got enough to do. So, Sonia, you have a suggestion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Council. We could include that in the conditions of approval of the preliminary plat to require, thinking out loud as we go, to require a notice to be sent, possibly as a condition of a future time extension application on the preliminary plat. That would be 2 years, so that would still leave us 3 years out, but that might be a good reminder at that point as well. I can't think of any other possibilities, options on that.
And what I like about that, Mr. Mayor, is the fact that, yes, 3 years out, and then we tie that to also the submission of final plat, another 1 year out notice. That way there's 2 bites at the apple, 2 years out when you submit the preliminary plat approval, they're notified, and then when 1 year out for the submission of final plat. That way they can't say, oh, we didn't know. It's there. So Steve, do you have any thoughts on that? Any issues?
Mayor Simpson, Councilman Hoagland, let me see if I understand it correct. So we go, is it 4 years and then we can submit our final plat? And at that 4 year mark, that's when we notify the neighbors that they are basically moving?
Yes, they have 1 year left. However, at the 2 year mark, you would provide them with local resources, kind of a reminder saying, hey, the clock's ticking. Here are resources for you to, and Mr. Mayor, if city staff is involved in that, what are those resources? Can they provide them? I don't know. But something that, as was in this about the housing company agency and the different links, local resources available. Here are some local resources you can go to find housing. And that would be done at the 2 year mark. And then it will be done again at the 1 year mark with when you say, hey, here's the notice. They've been notified by registered mail, and we also provided local resources for them to investigate.
Mr. Mayor, may I add to that? Earlier, I said as a condition of the time extension for the preliminary plat, that should actually be associated with the conditional use permit for the multifamily development. Because a time extension likely will come after that for the preliminary plat if the phase 1 records within a year. The CUP would be more appropriate for that, for the multifamily development. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, required local resources provided to residents at submission of the conditional use permit with phase one,
Time extension.
time extension, with phase one, time extension.
Not phase one because it's not the plat, just conditional use permit for the multifamily development. There's 3 conditional use permits before you tonight. There is one for the multifamily development in the R40 district. And that condition should be associated with that time extension
Okay.
because they have 2 years from the date of approval of the conditional use permit to commence the use. They obviously aren't going to do that, so they're going to have to come back in for a time extension if you approve the conditional use permit tonight for the multifamily development.
Mr. Neary.
So, Mr. Mayor, just so it's clear, and I don't think we need to create more rule for this, but we don't know in 2 years what resources will exist or how that will be communicated to anyone. So as long as the council is comfortable that if we were to look back at the minutes of this meeting, whatever exists, because really the way it's written right now, one notice of one place to go is adequate. And I don't want to change it because I don't know if there's going to be 10 or 1. So I just want to be clear to everybody that that condition really is satisfied by providing one notice because we don't know what will exist at the time. So.
And I can only, I can't say who's going to be here. I can't say who's going to be in community development, but as far as I'm concerned, this would be, if I'm still around and someone reminds us, we're working with our Crystal and CDBG to initiate a city neighborhood meeting to talk directly with the homeowners, and we're bringing in outside resources. No disrespect to a notification. That's not how this is going to get accomplished, in my opinion. But how do we know when that trigger is and who's going to reach out and make sure that that happens? I can put on my calendar in 3 years from now. I'm here,
I
great.
just didn't want an expectation that something more would be done and then they'd be arguing in 2 years that they didn't do enough or they should have done more. And we don't know what that's going to be.
Mr. Neary, I think that you said you're going to be here at least 5 years, right? So if you can put on your
Yeah, I'll
calendar.
keep an eye on it with the billboard down on Locust Grove.
Councilman Pro.
That's why I stated a little while ago that making this a condition, in my opinion, is just too subjective. I don't see how we feasibly condition it from a timing standpoint or what. I don't know that we all could get on the same page specifically as to what would be enough for the residents. Not saying we shouldn't try, but I think we'll go down a rabbit hole with it, in my personal opinion. So here's an example. If a resident were to apply for a housing voucher, that's federal funds that are distributed by the county. That housing voucher only allows that resident 90 days to go find another place to live. And if they cannot find a landlord that's willing to accept their housing voucher, which is substantially less than market rate housing, they have to give up that voucher to somebody else who's on the wait list and reapply and then wait another 2 years to get another 90 days to get a shot at it. And that's the reality of what's going on with housing vouchers in our area. And the wait list is very, very long. They created quite a few more housing vouchers about 2 years ago. They added 2,600 new vouchers for folks to apply for. They didn't get used because landlords aren't willing to accept them. There's no requirement the landlords have to accept vouchers. So this is one small part of the problem with housing affordability in our area. Even if you were to go through your process to help folks do that, there's no guarantee that that will actually get them someplace they need to go. That's why I'm concerned about the subjectivity of what we can and cannot condition. I want you all to do that voluntarily because it's the right thing to do for people. I struggle with the city trying to regulate when you do that, how you do that. And I'm the first person to say, I want you to do it. I just don't know that I would ask our staff to get too specific on it. I like the idea that Council President Hoagland proposed about the preliminary plat as a way for our staff to be reminded to follow up with you. My hope is that at that time, you all would take it and run with it and do the right thing. If that means that, we may or may not have someone on staff in the mayor's office that's handling housing. We may not have the same CDBG director, but at minimum, I would think that we could at least put something in the DA that allows all parties to be notified that this is needs to get started, and the applicant should proceed with that.
And maybe in the best way to do this is to put in the DA with that the mayor's office and council is notified when that notification is given, because that will at least elevate it to everyone's attention who's here, or those that want to be engaged and involved in that process.
Mr. Mayor,
That's one pro.
I think that's acceptable. I think us trying to get any more specific than that is just going to be too challenging for all parties involved.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
the local housing resources would be part of that registered letter that the required proof of notice to residents of mobile home park be registered mail about move at submission final and plat, and to include local housing resource options. And that's 1 year out. So we're all good on that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
So just to recap, in the most simple terms possible for anyone that's tuning in, they're not going to be able to start doing anything at this site for 4 years to even apply for it at the earliest. And then after that time, they will have at least a year that they have to notify everybody before you could be moved out of your home. But there's nothing stopping you from checking into all of your housing options earlier of your own accord. Am I getting that? I think I have that right. I just want to make sure that's very clear for everybody who might be watching later.
I think that's clear and accurate to me.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
appreciate Councilwoman Strader putting it in very clear language. We do have other residents that have joined. So it's good to put that out there. And I'll say before we make the motion that, these are difficult decisions. There's no good answer to this. So we try to find the best possible solution. We work very hard at it. We have several hearings after this, and they're patiently waiting. And I think they understand the reasons why this takes quite a while to go. But to do nothing, in my mind, was not an option, because that gives the residents even less time to move, anywhere from 30 to 180 days with no assistance. If you want to go, this brings the applicant into the process to offer assistance to the parks they own, and if there's openings and residents want to go, and we appreciate that offer. But I just appreciate the good work of everybody on council and the mayor to try to figure out what is the best path on this. And they say that old saying about laws and sausages, it's something you don't really want to see being made. And this is kind of the process. It looks messy at times, but we hope the outcome is good in the end. But it does impact residents. And we know that there will be change in their life at some point in time. So I appreciate everyone's work on this. So unless there's other comment, which we have comment after a motion anyway, but I think we're done. Steve, did you have, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, one last comment. We've been talking a lot about the relocations and timings and all that. There's one last thing that we've not talked on as a condition on the preliminary plat. The Planning and Zoning Commission didn't fully understand how our housing worked. So they wanted us and recommended to this body that we eliminate the sidewalk at the southeast corner. And that sidewalk that leads to the front of people's homes. So we would ask that that condition be eliminated because they basically need access into the front. But what we would do is, you can add decorative lighting along that, because I believe the concern that the P&Z had was that it could become a crime scene behind homes, when in actuality, this is the front of the home. That's all I have to add. I do appreciate the council's approach and concern with housing. It's been one of my biggest things in the valley. We're unaffordable right now. We're not making anything more affordable. And I'd be interested to sit in on any of your the committees that you have about that, because I'd like to learn more about it. We've done some things down in CUNA on some really tiny lots. And I think that agencies and jurisdictions are going to have to start doing things that are kind of outside the box to make things affordable, because we're not affordable right now. And I'd also like to thank staff. We started working with them in 2015. So this has been a long run. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions on the last point that he brought up regarding the path?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just to ask staff, was that, I vaguely remember that now about that sidewalk and to remove that requirement in the southeast corner, I think it was.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yes, please. That's condition 2.2F. Strike that condition requiring the removal of the pedestrian pathway along the eastern boundary of the site adjacent to the single-family residential portion of the development. And if you wish, add a condition as the applicant offered to include pedestrian lighting along that pathway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Steve.
And with that, council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing on H 2022-0013.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Yes, have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I'll make a motion to approve after considering all staff applicant and public testimony to approve file number H 2022-003 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 20th, 2023 with conditions to be added, which include the bullet point in the staff report of the moving costs be covered as outlined in their bullet point, that they submit proof of notice to residents of the mobile home park via registered mail about move at submission of final plat, and that registered mail that's informing them of the submission also include local housing resources, links, or information that they can access to help find other housing options. That the no building permit applications be issued prior to 1 year of final plat application. No building permit applications prior to 1 year of final plat applications. And that we strike condition number 2.2.f and include a condition that includes the pedestrian lighting plan as outlined by staff and applicant.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify the motion, please?
We have a motion and a second. Question from staff.
Did the maker of the motion intend to require with the CUP time extension, a notice to neighbors?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
I did. Thank you
That
for
would
the
be the
reminder.
conditional use permit for the multifamily development.
Yes. Well, actually, conditional use permit for multifamily development, that's the 2-year out. I think in discussion, though, we went to the 1 year with the final with the submission of the final plat, 1 year instead of the 2-year, just to keep things a little cleaner.
Did you want to do both or just one?
Councilman Perot.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I apologize. I missed that. I was under the impression that we would that neighbors would be notified. Is that what you're discussing? Neighbors, you're mentioning neighbors being notified. That would be at the submission of the final plat.
Mr. Mayor.
I didn't hear anything about a CUP being a trigger for
There was
communication.
discussion about 2 notices, one going out within 2 years of the date of the conditional use permit for the multifamily development with the time extension request that will be required because this property won't redevelop and within that 2-year period, the use won't be commenced. So it will require a time extension if that conditional use permit is approved tonight. we had discussed just a really early notice then that would give them still about 3 years out to get on any possible lists or affordable housing that might take longer than a year.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Councilwoman Perot, it was to try and give them maximum notice, do it at 2 years, and that gives them 3 years, but then one year prior, then that's the basically last 1 year to go, and that's it. So if you're okay with that, adding that condition, I think we're good.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I apologized. I was not recognizing the vehicle that was used to renew the plat for 2 additional years. You're saying that we use the CUP to do that? Gotcha. That's where I was getting messed up. So yes, two notifications, 2 years in advance of final plat, and then at the final plat submission. Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, that condition of conditional use permit for multifamily development time extension, that they would also provide notice to residents of housing resources if the second agrees. I would like to add that.
Second agrees.
Second does agree. Have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, that's quick call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Streeter,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you for everyone for being here and the in-depth conversation and the work that needs to be moved ahead. With that, we're going to go ahead and stand in recess. Take about 20 minutes. Councilman Schrader, does that work? 20 minutes?
15 would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we'll take a 15-minute break. So we'll reconvene 8:20. She's ready. All right, we will go ahead and come back from our recess. Thank you very much for allowing us, for those that are still here in the audience. And with that, we will move on to our second action item. And do we want to open these both together? Okay, then we will go ahead and open public hearing H 2023-0023 and public hearing H 2023-0027 with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The two vacation applications are before you tonight. The properties are located at 4456 South Redwater Avenue and 4469 South Colditz Way, both properties in the R8 zoning district. The applicant requests to vacate the northern 5 feet of the 10-foot wide public utilities, pressure irrigation, and lot drainage easements along the southern boundary of lot 21, block 5, and the southern boundary of lot 13, block 5. The reason for the request is that the configuration of the lot and the platted utility easement along the subdivision boundary does not accommodate the footprints of the applicant's housing collection for this development. Approval of a reduction to the easements as proposed will allow all of their building floor plans to fit on these lots. Relinquishment letters have been submitted from all impacted utility companies consenting to the partial vacation of easement as proposed. Letters were received from the Boise Project Board of Control, CenturyLink, Idaho Power, Intermountain Gas Company, and Sparklight. Staff is recommending approval of the requested vacations. No written testimony has been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Counseling questions for staff. Okay, is the applicant here? Sabrina, nice to see you.
So great to see you all. For the record, my name is Sabrina Durchie. I am here on behalf of KB Home. My business address is 1299 North Orchard Street, Boise, Idaho, 83706. And as Sonia has so thoroughly went over our brief, quick application, we unfortunately, after recording the plat, found out that due to the configuration, none of our floor plans really fit the lot sizes. So that's the reason why we're asking for the reduction in the vacation of half the easement. So with that, I'll thank you for your time and stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Hello, Sabrina. So good to see you. As far as the utility companies that sent letters approving the partial vacations, how did you get to that list of companies that needed to be notified? Does it specifically say in your plat that those were the utilities that had easement access, or was it just, were you being very thorough? Are there any other companies that potentially could claim access that aren't on this list?
Sure. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, there's a checklist that the application provides that lists all the public utilities that I'm required to notify. And that's the list that I did notify. So, yes.
Council, any additional questions?
Thank you so much.
Clerk, can we have a minute set up on these items?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, if there's anyone present who'd like to provide testimony on these items, either in the room or online, please come forward now or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. Seeing no one coming forward, no one raising their hand, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant waives final comments. Council, what's your direction?
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
close the public hearing on items 2 and items 3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearings for item 2 and item 3. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearings are closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Mr. Hoagland did the easy one earlier. I guess I'll make a motion. After considering all staff and applicant testimony, I move to approve file number H-2023-0023 as presented the staff report for the hearing date of June 20th, 2023.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 2. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries and item is agreed to.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
after considering all staff applicant testimony, I move that we approve file number H-2023-0027 as presented the staff report for the hearing date of June 30th, 2023.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item H-2023-0027. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries and the item is agreed to. Thank you. Next item up is item 4, public hearing for Pollard subdivision, TECC 2023-0001. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for a time extension on the approved preliminary plat. This property consists of 71.3 acres of land. It's located near the northeast corner of State Highway 16 and West Chittenden Boulevard and is zoned R8 and CG. The applicant is requesting a 1-year time extension on the preliminary plat in order to obtain the city engineer's signature on the final plat. The plat consists of 75 building lots, 7 common lots, and 4 other lots on 71.3 acres of land. The preliminary plat for this project was approved by City Council on June 4th, 2019, and 1 time extension has been approved by the director, which expired on June 4th, 2023. The subject time extension request was received prior to the expiration date. The applicant requests approval of a 1-year time extension in order to obtain the city engineer's signature on the first phase final plat, which was approved by City Council on September 27th, 2022. The applicant is currently working to get the plat signed, but was not able to do so prior to the expiration date. The phase 1 final plat includes all of the commercial areas noted as phases 1 and 2 on the phasing plan approved with the preliminary plat. The residential portion remains to be included in a future final plat as phase 2. Approval of the subject time extension will allow the applicant to obtain the city engineer's signature on the final plat and proceed with development of the property. If City Council does not approve the requested extension, a new preliminary plat application will be required. With all extensions, the director may require, the City Council may require the final plat to comply with the current UDC provisions in effect at this time. Since the approval of the preliminary plat in 2019, the following UDC standards have changed. Street buffer landscaping includes more specifications for such, and enhanced landscaping is required in buffers along designated entryway corridors such as West Chittenden Boulevard and State Highway 2026. The off-street parking standards for 2-bedroom single-family residential units now require fewer spaces, i.e. 2 spaces are required instead of 4, with at least 1 space in an enclosed garage. The amount of qualified open space for the R8 zoning district has increased from 10% to 15%, and some of the standards for such have been modified. A total of 2.19 acres or 12.19% was proposed for the 17.97 acre residential area. Based on the current standard, a minimum of 2.7 acres would be required, which requires an additional approximately half of an acre of qualified open space. The number of site amenities have changed from 1 for each 20 acres of development area to a point system requiring 1 point of site amenity for each 5 acres of land. One amenity, a children's play structure, was proposed with the preliminary plat. Based on the current standard, a minimum of 4 points of site amenity would be required. A tot lot qualifies as 1 point. Additional amenities totaling at least 3 points are required to comply with the current standard. Staff recommends future development comply with the aforementioned current UDC standards for development as a provision of the requested time extension on the preliminary plat. The applicant is in agreement with this recommendation. Staff further recommends the landscape plan for the first phase final plat approved by City Council but not yet recorded be amended through an administrative landscape plan modification application to reflect compliance with the updated landscape standards for street buffers, including those for entryway corridors. The applicant does not agree with this recommendation and requests the associated condition number 9.3 is stricken. Staff is recommending approval with the conditions in the staff report. Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, submitted written testimony requesting condition 9.3 is stricken. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Mike Wardle, Brighton Corporation, 2929 West Navigator in Meridian. I don't want to belabor the issues, but I wanted to just comment about the 2 hours that you just spent on a very, very difficult and challenging issue. This June marks the 14th year that my wife and I have engaged in helping those of the inner city poor, the homeless, the incarcerated, and those being released from incarceration. And in fact, one of our visits was to an individual in the facility that you folks were talking about tonight. And as we've watched the challenges that these folks face, it's heartbreaking because there are no really easy solutions. In fact, there are almost no solutions to the challenges that they face in these circumstances. So even though I expected to have dinner at 7 o'clock, I do appreciate the fact that you had some time to go over some challenges that are very apparent in the valley, not just in your city, but in the valley and the region. So hats off to you for taking the time to do that. As Sonia noted, in the fall of last year, you did approve the final plat for Pollard #1 subdivision. And that did include a landscape plan. Since that approval, we have been involved now in getting all of our plans approved and signatures and so forth. And if you've been out or maybe you've been trying to dodge the Highway 16 Chinden area because of construction, but if you've been out there, you'll see that construction is well underway. I think we might have already completed the city's regional sewer lift station out there. It's in part of that project, but there's a lot of activity on site. And we understand the issue, but it's kind of fascinating that here we had a final plat approved just a few months ago, and now we're dealing with the preliminary plat from 2019 and then the updated standards. And we have no problem with the standards that were noted in the staff report, with this one exception, because after final plat approval, of course, we then do all of our budgeting. We get our plans and so forth approved, and now we're being requested to modify something that it's not insurmountable, but it's significant. And so we are simply asking for deletion, and we did submit a letter dated June 15th, asking for the deletion of that updated landscape plan. And it's not that we're trying to do anything deficient or lesser standard, but It just changes something that we've already been in the process of doing through the final plat process and now have to kind of rebound back to preliminary plat issues. So we are agreeable with the requirements that staff has proposed with that one exception, and ask that condition 9.3 relative to updating the landscape plan be deleted from this approval, since you just approved the plan a few months ago and we are under construction. Be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
good to see you, Mr. Wardle. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that that is specific to the street buffers and the entryway corridors. Is there anything additional to that that will be affected? Will it affect open space? Or is it?
No, nothing additional. And in fact, you're actually going to have a second bite at the apple, because part of the project area that we're platting likely will see a conditional use permit coming forward in the future that will involve a significant amount of that frontage. So some of these things can be caught up at that point. So it's a good question, and I think a simple answer.
Mr. Mayor, one more question.
Councilman Pro.
I noticed that the final plat significantly different from the preliminary in terms of size of the lots and number of the lots. I know you don't have to answer this question for our decision tonight, but are you willing to give us an update on what has changed in the concept of the project? Is there anything significant that would be helpful for us to know?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Parole, the uses, the residential component, which is the future, will probably be replat, or a new final plat, a new preliminary plat, excuse me, when that comes in, because likely a few changes there. But in terms of the rest of the project, the commercial uses anticipated, no, not significant differences. And I think the mayor actually in his State of the City address recently noted the use, the primary use that's coming forward, a medical service facility, not a hospital, but a medical service facility that will be one of the first users there. So the commercial uses are still intended to be commercial. And the only difference, I think we've reduced the number of lots, because when you preliminary plat, you kind of anticipate the world and then you get to reality, and we're now at reality. So the uses are coming forward and they are now being known. So that's as far as I would go. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mike, you talked about the landscape plan, not being insurmountable, but significant.
Good question, Council Member Hoagland. We actually submitted the request or the condition impact to our landscape architects, and they said it would be a fair amount of reworking from what was approved just a few months ago. And we have made commitments through our budgeting process and so forth with our contractors. So it would be taking a step back that we would prefer to move forward.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, you want to sign up on this one?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay, if there's anybody present who'd like to come forward and provide testimony on this, or online, you can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand. Would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant waves.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
seeing no more comments, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion is second to close the public hearing. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
I'd like to move for approval. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number TECC 2023 0001 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 20th, 2023, with the request that condition 9-3 is stricken.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries and the item is agreed to. Tell your wife we're sorry. Well, then we're really sorry or. Okay. Council, next item up is sorry. Turn the page. That's public hearing number 5. Which was continued from May 9th, 2023 for Artisan Victory Market H 2022-0066. We'll continue this public hearing with staff comments.
Mayor, members of the council. Here to get another project wrapped up tonight. So last one on the agenda this evening is the Artisan Victory Market. As Mayor mentioned, you heard this item on May 9th. During those discussions, you had talked about the potential of the applicant removing some of the commercial, potentially going all residential, or maybe removing the drive-through component and keeping a small commercial component. There was a discussion around some integration and how that commercial is actually integrating into the overall project. So based on those discussions during that hearing, the applicant actually went back to the drawing board and went with what they felt was their best option moving forward. And I laid some of that out in a memo that I prepared for you on June 15th. So the applicant did go back to the drawing board and essentially submitted all revised plans for what is essentially now an all residential project in the mixed use community designated area. As we discussed last time, typically staff likes to have more than one land use type on this particular property. But again, when you're looking at the larger 50-acre area, staff did make note of that there are additional uses in this area that could support a single use on this particular property. So the annexation itself has changed. Again, I'd also mentioned to the mayor and council that the project has been renoticed to reflect the plans that we're talking about tonight. So it's been properly noticed, reposted. Everything is in order to move forward on this application based on some of that discussion that we had at the previous hearing. So as you recall, this did have a small CC component that has been removed, and now the applicant is proposing to annex in the entire property with an R15 zoning district. Revised plat was also submitted. Probably the most notable change here that you can see is that originally it was 2 commercial lots and 3 multifamily lots. They have now since changed it to 4 multifamily lots, consistent with their annexation request and based on some of the discussion that they heard. I would also mention to the council that this site still has a private street application associated with it, along with some of the local street network that will be extended as part of the project. So if you recall, this portion here was the local street, and then there was a looped internal private road that was proposed, that has been approved by the director. I'd also point your attention to the southwest corner of the development. This is where that commercial was going to happen. And they were the applicant had the 2 commercial lots there, and they were tying into the shared access with adjacent property. Based on discussions with the applicant and some of the discussion that we had on the May 9th hearing, there was some concern that the commercial didn't integrate well, or there was concerns with commercial traffic driving through the residential portion of this site. And so the applicant has, rather than provide that vehicular connection there, the applicant is just proposing a pedestrian connection in in that area of this plat and the conditional use permit site plan that you'll see here shortly. So I just at least wanted to point that out to you as well, that there's no longer the potential for cross access has currently been removed in favor of that pedestrian connection. So here's the revised site plan for the conditional use permit. Again, as you can see here, the applicant has added more townhome units and actually reconfigured probably this portion along the south and then that southwest corner. So this is where a majority of the site has changed from what you previously saw. And you can see the unit count increase from 131 to 138. Now, because the R15 zone has expanded based on the annexation request, the density has gone down slightly, even though the unit count has gone up. So when we talked about this project back in May, the density was about 11.2, if I remember correctly, and now it's about 10. So, a modest decrease here in density. And then the applicant's also showing you some of the pedestrian connections. And then here's what I was referring to as far as the connectivity to the future daycare here along the southern boundary. Also mentioned to you that there's some traffic calming that has been added as well. Moving on to the landscape plan, again, completely redone. Applicant has provided an open space exhibit. So open space has minimum qualified open space required for the project is 2.21 acres. And the applicant has stated in the revised narrative and on their submitted drawings that they're providing 2.28 acres, which is excess of UDC standards. Also mentioned to you with the increase of the residential units, the applicant has updated their parking calculations too. And I think they've conveyed to me that there's 274 parking stalls that they're providing. Code only requires 261. So again, open space and parking does exceed UDC standards. And again, I went ahead and threw in the fencing plan, and that's been updated to reflect the conditions of approval as well. Here are the amenities. Again, applicant is complying with all amenity requirements for the proposed use. The one that isn't noted here on the plan is the requirement for the charging stations. But in the applicant's narrative, they are proposing that as one of their amenities, and they were conditioned to do so as well. And then because there are no commercial elevations anymore, the elevations have been updated to reflect only residential elevations and no commercial components. So just wanted to quickly touch on those items for your consideration tonight. And then also in that memo, as I received those revised plans from the applicant, I had a chance to go through the recommended DA provisions to you and some of the conditions of approval. And I noted in not only the memo, but also this slide, which items need to be stricken or modified if you guys are in favor of this application tonight. I'll go ahead and conclude my presentation. I'll stand for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, would the applicant like to come forward?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
While the applicant's coming forward, I kind of want to share. I was absent for this when this was heard in May, but I've had the chance to review all the application materials. I've watched the hearing, read the minutes, so I'm prepared to be involved in this conversation.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Elizabeth Keckeritz. I'm with Givens Pursley at 601 Bannock. I am here on Boise, Idaho. I am here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Barron Properties. And with me tonight is Matt Riggs, Greg Hector, and Shannon Ely, all members of Barron Properties. It's good to be back here. I'd like to start by saying once again, thank you to Bill, because there have been so many discussions in the last 6 weeks and over the last year and a half, working through other iterations of this project with various staff members, going from more commercial to no commercial to some commercial, but always trying to really listen and pinpoint in on what staff was looking for, and then really listening to the comments that were coming from you, the mayor and city council at our last hearing, to really try to come up with a plan that we think is really the best fit for Barron Properties and for the city as a whole. So Bill did a good job of just kind of going over some of the highlights of the changes. And so I just really wanted to sort of focus in on how we ended up on that 100% residential. Wow. Just scrolling in a little bit, Bill covered this. We're directly east of Eagle Road, a little bit north of Victory. Slides so quickly. Okay. All right, as you can see on the site plan, the real changes are all down, as Bill mentioned, in that southwest corner. We've replaced the commercial pad with 2 townhome units and 1 one-bedroom duplex unit on the west. And then the townhome units that were on the southern boundary have now been replaced with 2-bedroom bungalow units. That results in 138 units, which is only 7 more that was previously approved or previously proposed. As Bill mentioned, this is within the mixed use community flume designation, and it is a relatively small infill area within the larger mixed use community. That mixed use community, if you remember, it does include a wide variety of uses, from storage to an office park with a dentist and accountant, more high density single family residential. This multifamily proposal to the south, there's the daycare in the over 55 community. There's a Starbucks proposed. I don't know if it's under construction yet, with a drive-through, and then a Rite Aid, all sort of within this area. So really this flume designation has all of the various components of a mixed use community, except for the multifamily residential housing. And when we looked at this, when we went back and continued to talk about it, one of the things that has always been a struggle with this site is that it is really access constrained, and it's not a super desirable spot for commercial due to the fact that it's mid-block. There's only one access onto Eagle Road. And so it's really hard it's not a super visible location. It's not the hard corner. It's not the places that businesses are really looking for and looking to develop. It's also not, we all can recognize, I believe, that having commercial up that close to residential, whether there's the drive-through component that we originally had requested or not, is also a really tough to really integrate the 2 uses and not create more of that dangerous cars passing through situation of just having really 2 very different sort of uses abutting right up next to each other. And one of the concerns that was raised and that we agree with is just the cut through traffic. They're going to come in, individuals will come in, they'll drive in, they'll go to the commercial space. And then instead of just driving back out, because they won't be able to get across Eagle Road, it'll be hard for them to make a left-hand turn. They will cut through the rest of the development, drive up Titanium to EasyJet, to get across, or they will be cutting down directly south past that proposed daycare to get out onto Victory. And either way, that cut through traffic just is not the ideal situation. One of the other small benefits of this is that the traffic counts do go down slightly. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but they were small enough that ACHD did not require any additional updates. They just sent an email saying that's fine. We also know that the homeowners association to the east was also preferring and advocating for the 100% residential in this location. And then finally, and really probably most importantly, it just gives a really much nicer living experience for the residents who live here in this community. They don't have to worry about individuals who aren't members of this community cutting through, going to a Walgreens in that location. It's really going to be a lot more insulated, a lot safer, a lot more peaceful sort of community to live and to be able to walk in. The individuals in this community and in the surrounding neighborhoods will easily be able to pass through this neighborhood to the residential neighborhoods, and then the commercial to the north and the commercial to the south. One other thing that we had been, that I believe this one shows it best probably. Another change that we made on our site plan, and I believe it was at Councilmember Strader's request, and then also Councilmember Perot had sort of seconded and asked about it, was sort of really increasing on that Titanium Boulevard, the sort of the sense of a boulevard and the sense of a place, and having the larger trees, because we also recognize that we have installed the traffic calming, we do have the bulb outs, but trees do cause cars to go slower. They just make things it just makes it a lot nicer. And so what we have here is we really have tried to put on the maximum number of trees that we can get along that street, given the spacing requirements, and that these are in the 8-foot parkway strips. So you can't have always necessarily the very biggest trees right there. But what then we've also done, in addition to having all of those trees, is in our open spaces on both the north, where there's the dog park and a small green area, and then on the south and near the community garden, we've put in some of the biggest trees, the class 3 caliper trees, which are swamp oaks and bloodgood London plane trees. And then throughout, we also have just a huge number of trees. We've really emphasized just that, I mean, the tree canopy makes a place just a much nicer place to be. And overall, the city code requires us to have had 67 trees. And overall, this community does have 210 trees. And most of them are of the 2 bigger sizes. And so that was one thing that we did take into account. And last, I just wanted to touch on parking. Bill mentioned, I believe that there were 278 spaces. I believe we counted, and we hadn't been counting some of the spaces on the townhomes. By our more recent count, that it actually comes up to 305 spaces that count towards the parking, when city code only requires the 261. In addition to that, we still do have approximately 50 spaces of parking on our streets, on Titanian and Publisher. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
If I recall correctly, I might have been the only council member not too worried about the traffic from the surrounding areas coming through, and was really hoping you'd come back with more commercial. I'm always hesitant to give up the frontage of a major road to not have commercial in general. So my question for you is, the flume designation that's just to the north of this is MCRG, it's regional. And there are quite a few multifamily projects in there, or there are some considering going in there, some large projects. So I'm curious if you took that into account, since it's the same area that you said is in walking distance for these folks to go to for their commercial. If you took those units into account when you were assessing that, this being the only multifamily in this flume designation, which is fairly small, if you had considered the multifamily that was going into that, if it's within walking distance.
Mayor Simonson, Councilmember Perot. One thing, we did look at what had been proposed, what's going in there, what's actually being developed. And one of the things that we do know both from is that much of that other development, it's of a very different type than this. It's a lot more of, even if they're nicer, there's some proposed on some of them up north that are more of the 3-story. I'm not just going to say a 3-story walk-up, but 3-story or 4-story with interior elevators, but just sort of a different living experience. This is really, it's a different living experience. It's sort of where you would go when you move out of more of the standard apartment style, and you're looking for more of this cottage lifestyle.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Okay, so it's not so much that there isn't other multifamily available, it's that it's the specific style of multifamily. Am I understanding you correctly?
Mayor Simonson, Councilmember Pro. We mostly focused on this specific flume designation because that's what we're really looking at primarily. But then I know when you do scroll out further, and there is no multifamily in this flume designation. And then when you sort of step back and look at the bigger picture, within the other multifamily residential that's just in this general area, there's nothing of this type, to my knowledge.
Okay.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I have one more.
Councilwoman Pro.
You had stated that in the narrative that not being able to have a drive-through, you felt like sort of eliminated a lot of commercial options. Can you share with us if you had a specific applicant that then you weren't going to be able to work with, or kind of how did you come to the determination that you believed that commercial would not be viable here? We've had a couple of applications in the recent past, where it was 20+ years that something sat vacant and they couldn't. So that to me says, okay, yes, definitely, like it's not viable because 20 years have gone by and it's been advertised and they haven't found a commercial tenant. Not saying that's how long you'd have to wait, but I just want to understand the process you went through to make that determination. And honestly, I've seen these mixed use designations with small commercial and residential surrounding be done very successfully at numerous places in Meridian. So I guess I'm struggling with the statement that these two uses don't mix when they are working in numerous areas of our city.
Okay, so Mayor, Councilmember Pro. So to the first part of your question, and I will ask Matt Riggs to come up and speak more specifically about the conversations he's had. But I do know that there have been meetings with brokers, discussions with brokers on the marketing of this, and not having a drive-through makes a commercial development, especially one that's really a lot less visible. It makes it much more difficult to market. As far as mixed use having it's sort of the same question, sort of a little different. I do think that commercial and residential can live harmoniously, and I've seen it done in certain places, obviously, throughout this area. But in this particular instance, because it was a smaller area of commercial, that was really, it's that access challenge sort of piece of it, where we only were able to get, an ACHD was only ever going to approve one access into this development. It just makes it a lot more difficult with the flow and not being able to come out directly and make a left-hand turn. There's just a lot of those things that are going into making this more difficult. Although I know Matt Riggs here with the ownership team can speak directly to the conversations they've had.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do anyone sign up on this item?
Yes, first is Carol Gabrielson.
And when you come forward, if you can state your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
My name is Carol Gabrielson. My address is 4231 East EasyJet Drive, Meridian 83642. I live in Sutherland Farm, and I come here tonight in support of Artisan Victory Market Project by Barron Properties. We first heard of this project at a well-attended neighborhood meeting hosted by Barron on March 30th, 2022. A lot of detailed information was presented, and there was an opportunity to visit with team members after the meeting. Everyone left with a positive attitude towards the project for the following reasons. Barron chose a lower density than what could have been built. The rental units are high-quality builds. Single-story units would border the existing homes in Sutherland Farm and the village at Sutherland Farm, providing a residential environment for those existing neighbors. The 2-story units would be built along Eagle Road. Barron Properties will maintain sole ownership of Artisan Victory Market and is platted so that the units cannot be sold off in sections. If a resident has issues with their unit, there will be an office on site that is staffed. There are ample parking spaces, much more than what is required. There are 305 parking spaces for the multifamily portion, and that doesn't include available on-street parking. There will be additional traffic generated, but the amount will be much lower than what would be generated by multi-story apartments or townhomes. 2 wells already on the property will supply water needed to maintain the landscaping. Barron Properties has 2 of these projects in Meridian that are nearing completion, one on Black Cat and one on 10 Mile and Pine. What was presented at the planning and zoning and the city council meetings was exactly what was built. This is important to our subdivision because other projects built around us morphed into something very different than what was initially presented. The Barron team has consistently proven that they are willing to work with anyone affected by their projects. Barron held a second neighborhood meeting on March 21st, 2023, to assure residents that there was no significant changes in the project. At a recent planning and zoning meeting, the manager and many of the residents from the Point were in attendance to express their concerns about the safety of residents crossing Titanium Street from the Point cottages. Barron worked with the Point and came up with traffic calming measures that helped to create a better situation. And there is no one from the Point here tonight to say anything different. I would like to also say something about taking out the commercial aspect of it. This is not a particularly good property for commercial. It's hard, the access is not wonderful here. And part of it is because of titanium and the way the Point was built. So I think that it is exactly right that there is no commercial being built. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Carol. Council, questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
not a question, Carol, but just a compliment. To stick with us till after 9 o'clock, and not only stick with it, to come and speak in favor of an application. I mean, that is a rarity. It's clear you care about your neighborhood, you care about our community. That rang true in your testimony. And so for me, when nobody shows up to testify, that's one thing. But when somebody sticks with us long enough to say what they think in favor of the project, that just counts so much towards me. And I just wanted to let you know, as one council member, I really appreciated your testimony tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman Cavanagh. Well said.
Mr. Mayor, next is Eric Gabrielson.
Here comes the other shoe. I mean, if you say your name and address for the record.
Mayor Simonson, city council members and staff. My name is Eric Gabrielson. I live at 4231 East EasyJet Drive in the Sutherland Farm subdivision. I support the Barron Properties and their development Artisan Victory Market. The development is the best use of this land with lower density and traffic versus other developments of 3 or 4 story apartments or townhouses. This should be a residential with no commercial project since it borders residential properties on all sides. On the south side, you have the Point. The east and north is a Sutherland Farm subdivision. And across the street on Eagle to the east is Thousand Springs. You have commercial development north of EasyJet along Eagle Road and south at Victory and Eagle Road. This is a high-end residential project with one owner. All residences of houses and townhouses are leased out. The city of Meridian has approved 3 other projects by Barron Properties that are very similar to this project in the houses and layout. I sympathize with the residents of Sutherland Farm and the Point regarding the development and the traffic that will create. But the traffic in this development would be much less than other developments of apartments and or townhouses on this land. Barron Property has expressed that they're willing to work with the Point to slow traffic through their area on Titanium Way. This type of development of building homes for lease is a developing trend in the United States for families who want to live in a house but can't afford to buy a house. I request that you approve this project. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Holman.
Rick, a very difficult question for you. How long have you and Carol been married?
We just had our 50th anniversary in February.
Congratulations. That's wonderful. And I bet you've never had a Tuesday night date night like tonight. So
Yeah.
glad you could share it together.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clerk, do we have anybody else sign up?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Is there anybody either online or in the audience who would like to provide testimony on this item? Seeing no hands raised or people moving forward, the applicant would like to close. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor, council members. Matthew Riggs here, 529 West Fordham Drive in Eagle. And just wanted to quickly, cover some of the topics on the commercial side of things. Councilwoman Perot, to your question, we were in active discussion for a long time with a pharmacy user there, frankly, very similar to Rite Aid. They were struggling with where to find a store on this particular intersection, and their demographics team, if you will, said, we have to have a store here in this area. What is available that would work for this? That's when they approached us. They were needing a drive-through. At the initial discussions with that user, it seemed to be a good fit relative to the location and the size that they needed. But ultimately, I think I'd echo what some of our friendly neighbors have said, and what has come out in this room and with staff and the planning and zoning. And that is, this is surrounded on three sides by residential. We do own other properties as referenced in Meridian that have commercial components that are in this same zoning designation. Those are different really for what we've been speaking about. The access and the visibility on those sites make for more viable and interesting opportunities for some of these commercial users. We have seen interested parties, from small restaurants up to full, 2 and 3 acre users interested in our other sites. In that same time frame, we've been working on this site really for 2 years before we've been going. So we're 3 years into this. And during that time, it's been marketed, the whole time with our brokerage team. And yeah, that one pharmacy user was really the only interested party that approached us. So ultimately, talking to staff, talking to the neighbors and staring at our site, around our own conference table, felt like this was the best fit for this relatively difficult, site within the neighborhood and the micro submarket, if you will, right in the area. We feel like it is served proficiently, from the neighborhood services within walking distance, just immediately around the site, and then the ample stuff to the north and also what's going in down to the south. So, we've worked hard on the commercial for a long time there, did believe that was where this project would go. And in our best efforts, just weren't really able to get, any serious bites other than that one pharmacy. With that, I would stand for questions and or request approval.
All right, thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
don't know if this is a question for you or another member of your team, but the access from the south on the very west side of the project next to the multifamily, is that dead end there in your project, or does that connect to the lot, the empty lot to the south? Yes, right there. Does that connect to the empty lot to the south?
Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, that now is dead ending into our lot. We studied along with staff the connectivity and what's going into the south, and ultimately, decided that through traffic from the school and from the drive-through Starbucks is Not something that our site would want, life safety and otherwise with that traffic coming through. And then also, it feels like that's a good mitigant to prevent, school drop off from hooking around into the titanium and the neighborhood to the back. So as of now, in this plan, yes, that is that tees into a dead end there on the southwest side of the site.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on that with staff. Does that create any unnecessary restrictions on the property to the south to not have that connectivity? I mean, we typically promote the connectivity. So can you comment on how that will affect the southern neighbor, given that it's a fairly small property and they're on a corner, which then, affects their access as well?
Mayor, members of the council, I think applicant did a good job. We after the hearing on the 9th, we sat down and we said, what, if we're going to lose the commercial, what makes sense? Given the fact that a lot of the uses to the south of this site will be auto dominated with people dropping off children at the daycare, potential drive-through for Starbucks, and they also have an additional pad site. And then hearing some of the concerns that were raised during the public hearing, it was our opinion that it may be best just to do a pedestrian connection in that location, because we do have the local street network and some additional access points that were granted to that property to the south for them to exit onto Eagle Road. So to answer your question, does that put a hardship on them? I think the preschool may appreciate it more that it doesn't go in, to be honest with you, because what happened was with this plan, their driveway doesn't quite align with what they were trying to do on the property to the south. So it really created a jog. So it did not tie in very well. And it just, from a logistical standpoint and just the traffic generation from those two uses, staff just felt more comfortable, to be honest with you, with the pedestrian connection.
So Bill, to follow up on that, are we able to go back and tell them that they don't have to make a road connection? Or is it going to be an oddly looking, they must build this with this road, this not to be extended? Or will it be more like I would hope that we would have a way to not require them to do something we don't want them to do and then put up a stupid bars.
Mayor, members of the council, no, that is not a public street there, so they do not have to say to be extended in the future. And yes, we do, they have a condition of approval to grant cross access to this property. But if you don't require that from this developer, then it really goes nowhere. They just have a condition of approval that runs with their land. Currently, we have not had an application other than the CUP that you guys acted on for the daycare, excuse me. We have not received any certificate of zoning compliance or design review application for the site, but we could capture some of that in there, that because it wasn't required with this project, we're not requiring it for them to reciprocate to this property. So there's ways to tell that story in a different manner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Bill, I know for single family homes, when we have a cul-de-sac, we now limit it to 3 drives. This has 5 or 6. Are we still okay with our code?
Mayor, members of the council, you are. That's essentially just a drive aisle. It's not a common drive. So it's just multifamily is treated a little differently than single family with common driveway. So yes, they can have that number of units as long as they meet fire department requirements for turnaround. It's not won't overstep my my area, but there's a certain threshold it can't exceed, certain linear footage.
Okay. Council, additional questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
Just like to say that I know I was kind of critical of the commercial and the drive-through last time. And I really like what they've done. I'm glad to see it all residential. I'm glad to see the traffic calming. Glad to see the extra parking, lower traffic counts. I think everything they've done to this plan has been an improvement. And I'm really happy and I'll be supporting it tonight.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strainer.
Yeah, I echo the same comments. I like the boulevard feel, the addition of the trees. I would have appreciated if we could have had more neighborhood serving really small scale commercial here, but it doesn't appear that that's worked out. I do think this is kind of best case scenario for fit with the surrounding neighborhoods. I think you guys did a nice job. And certainly it's much better than having the drive through and the chaos that was going to come from all that being co-located. So appreciate the continuance and appreciate the applicant taking another crack at it.
Councilman Gavner.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to credit the applicant and I think council, often we go through these long conversations, 1-2 hours, and then results in continuance. And sometimes that makes me, pull out what little hair that I have. But I think this is a really good example of being patient, allowing the applicant to be creative, respond to feedback from council, and ultimately result in a much better project. So thanks for that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilman Cavanaugh's comments because I think even though it's an inconvenience to have a continuance and take longer time, and we know time is money, it resulted in a better project and we're able to, felt the applicant really listened to the council and what their thoughts were and how to make this work and not how it didn't work. And that's greatly appreciated. So I'm glad we're at the end of it for you to move forward with the project, it sounds like. So appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, if there's no further comments, I would move that we close the public hearing on H 2022-0066.
Second.
A motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2022-066 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of June 20th, 2023. And to make sure that the modifications presented by staff, condition modifications per staff memo are included in the motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and is agreed to. Really appreciate it. And there's about a 3/4 acre of a property on the corner of Victory. If you guys can figure out what to do with that, there could be a little bit of neighborhood commercial right there. I just don't know how you're going to get access or parking or anything else. So,
Last applicant.
yeah, so, okay. Anyways, thank you. With that, council, anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion? Council,
Adjourn.
motion adjourned. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. You guys have it. We are adjourned.
Let the record show.